Adams said he has yet to meet with Terry Pegula when he spoke on Saturday, so waiting to see what that news might be. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Report. What do we got? Out of 4, how many pairs of shorts?
Joe shorts are on.
Joe shorts. Josh shorts. Owen no. Me no.
Oh wow!
Right.
What?
It's a 50.
You're a no.
I'm a no today. I thought about it.
I thought for sure Jeremy would be a yes.
I know. I thought about it on the way out, and I didn't.
I saw a 7 on the forecast, and I was like, yep,
Same.
That's happening.
Same.
You know, I shouldn't be this mad about this. This process is terrible. I come in, I'm like, oh, I saw a 7, it's going to be 70. And Joe, you will say to me, yeah, but at 10 a.m. it's going to be 52. I'm like, oh, well, what are we doing? Because you know what I did? I thought about shorts, and I thought about you saying you shouldn't wear shorts. So look, I'm like, all right, 10 a.m. it's going to be 56.
Yeah.
All right, that's either way, I'm safe in pants, and I'm already getting mocked for it.
Mm-hmm.
I deserve it. I deserve it. I already regret it. I should have gone shorts just on principle. I really should have. But here I am.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to a golf round maybe immediately after the show, which for me, I was dressing. My logic was still in place, right? Like,
yep.
I'm going to be wearing whatever I'm putting on in the morning when it gets to the 70.
You're like the person flying to a destination. When you get there, you're in your gear.
Right, which is, I think, what I would typically do, unless it's, like, really different. Like, if it's snowing here and I'm going somewhere where it's 80, then maybe I'll try to find some meeting in the middle. But no, I'm wearing shorts today. It was very mild out. Very mild out.
You are hoping to golf. You are.
Thunderstorms, though. I don't know.
You and I have this in common because I get this all the time. You walked in and I say, oh, are you playing later today? And I tend to dress like that.
You dress like every day you are ready to play around if you get invited.
Pretty much.
Just on call, right?
Today I'm not because I have jeans on, but most days I am ready to go play golf. You know. Oh, sure, yeah, let's make it happen. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy draft week. Happy post-Easter. Happy Dingus Day.
Mm-hmm.
Lots going on. We'll talk with Sal at 7 to kind of start to gear up for a big week for the Bills and the entire NFL. Sabres had their end-of-season press conference, wrapped that up, heard from GM Kevin Adams and Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. A lot of the players gave their thoughts along the way. So it's like we have the closing of a chapter for one team and the start of a new chapter for another right now. Like this, the Sabres chapter closed. On to the next. And for the Bills, draft week, which it feels like we wait forever to get to this week. And now that it's here, holy cow, all right, Thursday, Friday, hope they're ready to rock because it's obviously a big week.
Yeah.
It's a big week for them.
It's going to come up quick. I also have you decided what you really want for them? More than like, hey, they do this, fine, corner, fine, defensive tackle, fine, edge, fine, safety, fine, whatever. There's like the couple positions we all know about where if they did it, it would be like, what are you doing? Why are you picking a running back? Why are you picking would offensive linemen fit under that category? There's a couple positions where we're not even really thinking about it, and then everything else would be, all right, sure.
Yeah, what do you really want?
I think I've narrowed down what not only I want them to do, but what I think they are going to do.
Okay.
I think they are going to draft an edge rusher in the first round. That Sal made a good case last week for why they do need a corner, but why that might not happen right away at 30. And I don't know, just the more I look at defensive tackle, I went through this a little bit on Friday about it's kind of against their philosophy, and looking at the draft history, how they've not drafted any regime before McDermott and Bean even. They have not drafted a true one-technique defensive tackle which is the type of defensive tackle we've been talking about all spring. They haven't drafted one in any round since 2011. Not even like a 5th-round pick at that position. They just don't even draft it. It's like a punter, almost. So them drafting in the first round just kind of seems wild to me.
Is right.
Although there's like 2 prospects, right? Walter Nolan a little bit and Kenneth Grant, where like everyone's like, no, these are first-round prospects.
Right.
But I'm souring on that a little bit. And to me, it's just the history of Bean and edge, and he wants it all the time. And Joey Bosa on a 1-year contract to me doesn't stop them from drafting one if they like one at 30.
This is where I ask you, was Michael Jasper a one technique or not?
He was the guy I looked up and found he played that and guard in college.
Okay, I mean
he was the last one that I found.
He's like 400 pounds. He's like one of the giant men.
Yeah, he was 394 at the combine. Yeah,
it's funny. What do you really want? You just asked me that, and then when you said I think they're going to go edge rusher, it's hard for me not to say, okay, all right, fine, yeah, like we're just gonna spend our lives chasing this because they've chased it, and I guess it's time to start chasing again.
Can I ask though, is that reaction about edge for you less about them actually showing desperation for years to try to fill edge because you want that same type of attitude at wide receiver?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Because they definitely act that way at edge.
Right. Why is edge not everybody eats? Why is it not good to not know which edge rusher is the best one? Mm-hmm. All these points that are made about receiver for the last however many years. No, it's good if they don't know which edge rusher is good. I mean, I know it's different. It's probably not easy to apply it that way. Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of that. It's been firsts and seconds and fifths and big money contracts. Mm-hmm. And this year, are their 2 biggest offseason signings both guys that rush the passer?
By how much money they put into it? I think Hoyt and Bosa are 1 and 2, right?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I do think that the identity of a McDermott defense is I will get guys on the back end and we'll be good. And I believe that. I think they're really good at that. So you just give me the horses up there, and I'll have the structure in the back, and we'll be fine. And they usually, during the regular season, they are just fine, to good to great.
Yeah.
If the plan is to get to quarterbacks with your front 4, which is something, of course, the Eagles did do against Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. The other thing the Eagles did was put relentless pressure on them by scoring 1 million points. Mm-hmm. You know, like,
yep,
okay. Mahomes got pressured a lot in that Super Bowl. He was also bad. He was also bad at handling the pressure. And I don't know. Edge, sure, fine. There are going to be guys there that are worth it, and I'll just feel like we are... Whatever. If it's Groundhog Day, that's not necessarily bad because what are the Bills been every year? Really good and a piece or a play or a moment away from slaying the dragon and going to places they haven't been before. So running it back with a slight tweak here or there does make sense. But yeah, I find edge rusher is a sexy position. I find edge in the first to be unsexy.
Edge in the first to be unsexy?
Yeah, and that might be wrong. But it will just feel like you just signed Rousseau.
Yep.
You just gave him money. Rousseau, Bosa, Hoyt, Epinesa, these are all reasonably priced pieces.
That's right. How good are Hoyt and Epinesa though for this? Hoyt is I think a fine edge rusher, but his value is more, I think it's been described in his being a chess piece.
Okay, but if you're a chess piece, you got to be good at something.
Right, that's right.
Is he playing linebacker? Probably not.
Well, maybe a little.
Is he playing defensive?
Well, all right, no, probably not a lot.
Where's he probably playing the most? It has to be edge?
It's usually edge, but there's a lot of other stuff mixed in there. So, right, but he should be pretty good at it, and Bosa should be good at it, but you have the injury risk there, and we know Rousseau is good, pretty good.
Yep.
So I think they're fine there, but do they want to be great there? Because I think the idea that they're going to be great at that position, it's possible, but it's definitely still not at all a guarantee for sure. And I don't even know how likely it is that they'll be like one of the best groups at that position in the league. And also, even though, like I even laid out, they have invested a lot in that position, picks and money. They are kind of exiting one window of that position and entering a new one. They have not, since they signed Von Miller, and really before that, they draft Rousseau and Basham back-to-back. That was 4 years ago now. Mm-hmm. And then they signed Von Miller very shortly after that. And since, it's not much, right? Like they've invested 1 5th-round pick in the draft in the last 3 drafts at defensive end. That's it. 1 5th-round pick. So with Von gone now and Basham long gone now, and even like is Epinesa kind of maybe nearing the end? At least he's at the end of being like a full-time starter. He was that last year, and I don't think that's the plan this year for him. So I kind of feel like the Bills maybe at that position could be entering a new window. And that would bring, all right, we haven't really invested in this in 3-4 years in a big way. And some of the guys we invested in are not here anymore. So time to swing again. We're back up. We took our swings, and we went back to the dugout, and now we're back up to bat. Yeah. So it's time to take another swing at defensive end.
The names there are what? Is Landon Jackson a first-round option?
Shamar Stewart would probably be a trade-up idea.
Shamar Stewart is,
and they've had him in.
He's the physical freak that doesn't have the production.
Right.
Landon Jackson is first-round prospect. He's the one that said he met with the Bills 8 times. That was a month ago that he had met with them 8 times.
Nick Scorton from Texas A&M, who is Shamar Stewart's teammate, he was in on a visit. He had a little more production in college.
Mike Green.
Yep.
If he makes it to that point.
From Marshall.
He had the big moment at the Senior Bowl where he dusted everybody, and there's some things to like about him. There's some off-field stuff about him.
That's my next step, is figuring out, like, who's the right guy there. Who's the right guy? Because this is the group. Stewart would be a trade-up, I think, for sure. Probably. A lot of the mock drafts, he's like in the early 20s and whatnot. He is 6'5", 270, by the way. And, right, he had 4. Think of this. The guy's about to go in the first round. He had 4.5 sacks in 3 seasons at Texas A&M. Wow.
Yeah.
But
they draft a tight end that doesn't get touchdowns.
They drafted a quarterback who didn't really complete passes in college either, and sometimes they get that to work.
Right. Dustin Knox, by the way. Dustin Knox didn't have a collegiate touchdown.
Right.
And came here and was pretty good. So that they've been a traits team.
Mm-hmm. And he's a traits guy.
Yeah. Michael Williams, Donovan, how do you say his last name?
Still working on it.
Okay.
Boston College.
Yeah, Donovan.
Donovan from Boston College,
Yes.
I'm running with right now.
Landon Jackson.
Yeah.
All right.
Of course I would love receiver. Just throw if anyone that needs to be said.
Yeah.
Would love it if just they go Luther Burden, but I'm not thinking that's about to happen.
One thing about receiver, if they were to take a receiver at 30, which I don't think is likely, wouldn't there immediately be a feeling of they must love him? Because no matter who it is, if Matthew Golden fell that far somehow, or if it is Luther Burden who's the pick, they have mostly underplayed the position since trading for Diggs. You talk about your window of since they drafted Rousseau and Basham. Mm-hmm. That's the same offseason. No, I'm sorry. The next year is when they get Diggs. Or the year before is when they get Diggs.
Year before, yeah. 2020.
Year before. So Diggs on the team for the first year. They have a great year. They come back. That's 13 seconds. And, right? That's 13 seconds? No, the year before.
No, 2020 is AFC Championship game. He takes the photo where he's watching the Chiefs. The next year's 13 seconds.
Right. So they go to the AFC Championship game with Diggs, and then they say, we need an edge rusher, and they go get Rousseau. And since then, they've really underplayed receiver and edge rusher. You kind of make the point that was a window of edge rusher to begin.
Right. And the year before, even, you want to go back to Epinesa in the second round, which was their first pick of that draft.
Yep.
It was a 2.5 year window where 2 seconds on an edge, a first round pick on an edge, and a $100 million contract on an edge. And then kind of radio silence at that position, just watching it play out. And I think they're at a point now where, yes, they've already addressed it, but they've not really addressed it for long term, right? Like, if they don't draft one in the first round, and Bosa doesn't come back. I mean, he's on a 1-year deal, and I remember we talked about there was some cap stuff with him, so maybe the Bills are incentivized to bring him back.
There are void years to a point where it kind of looks like extending him would make sense.
Right, so you would hope he produces, and then you could just bring him back. But if that doesn't happen, then we'll be sitting here a year from now saying they still need another edge rusher.
Probably. The draft really represents the ability to take a player who you don't know what their ceiling is. And as you lay out what they've done at edge, what else have they done? Leonard Floyd, that's been pretty good.
That was a good.
They've gone out and they've hired guns here and there, and they've been okay with that. Leonard Floyd was a great signing. Worked here for a year, and
yeah.
What that doesn't give you is the potential to have cost-controlled stud. Oh my goodness, we have a market advantage because this guy is so good, and now we're going to have him for 10 years. And Rousseau has not exactly been that. He's been pretty good. I think, there's pass and fail on draft picks, and Rousseau is a pass. Is he a complete smash? Maybe not, but it's a pass for sure. It's a good pick.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see edge for sure, and McDermott continuing to rebuild his defense. One thing about if they go edge, and they probably will go edge or defensive tackle, depending on who's there, McDermott, I just feel like this draft class is about to ramp up expectations on the defense because they had a bit of a down year. They survived with their turnovers, and now it's going to be about things better be buttoned up. And their schedule is tough for that, too. They play premier offenses. If you were to label the top 7 offenses in football, did they play 6 of them this year? Or at least the teams you would think would have good offenses? They play Baltimore, they play Philly, they play Kansas City, they play Cincinnati. I mean, it's a schedule that is worth pointing out how tough it will probably be. The home part of it, at least. Yeah. Even down to the Bucs, who have had a pretty good offense. So, edge. I'm not mad about it, but you see my.
Yeah, it's not excitement.
That's right.
It's definitely not excitement.
Maybe this is me not investing in anything totally until the moment it happens, and then feeling like, okay, I guess it wasn't going to be Luther Burden.
Mm-hmm. It's probably not going to be
Luther Burden. It's probably going to be, I mean, if you get me to the second round and get Kyle Williams, okay. I want somebody else out there, but I'm prepared for that not to happen and it to be just, the same group that it was for the most part. The offense is going to get so little attention in this draft. Not going to get any line significant picks early. No. Not going to quarterback, no. Tight end, no. Running back, I still say no. So, when you're lining it up, linebacker doesn't make a ton of sense early. It's really 3 positions. It's edge, tackle, and corner. Yeah. And I guess you could throw safety in there as well. So,
right, there are the wild card. Well, is safety the only real wild card position? The rest seem pretty kind of nuts.
Pretty standard, yeah.
Yeah, whereas safety is like, okay, that will fire up. Is safety the one that will have the hardest conversation after that they'll do? The most, split position for people that they could sign? Because if they draft, if they draft a running back, everybody's going to be like, that was idiotic.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Yes.
If they draft a tight end, same thing. If they draft a corner or a defensive end or a defensive tackle, I think for the most part, you're going to get, okay, like at least a nod and a golf clap. If they draft a safety, I feel like there will probably be people that will hate that, and there will probably be people that will love that.
Mm-hmm.
So will that be the position people are most split on? Because that's kind of how I see safety right now. Because there are defenses of it, but it's got to be such a specific type of player, and it really puts a lot of onus on the coaches if that is to be the pick, because you already have guys at that position, unless they're just giving up on Cole Bishop ever being a real football player for them.
The thing that probably gets the most calls on defense, a defensive pick that gets the most calls and people are the most upset about, is it safety? That might be right.
I would lean safety for that, yes.
I tend to think that you've actually got a spot here where not a majority, but the plurality, the highest number of Bills fans. You know what? Let's put all 4 of these positions up in a Twitter poll right now. Maybe I'm wrong, but I predict that defensive tackle, the room reads, get a defensive tackle. Get somebody in there. Maybe the people voting and everyone thinking it has to be a one technique, but just somebody else, because that's a spot where you said they haven't drafted a one technique since 2011. They've only drafted 2 defensive tackles since Ed Oliver. It's Oliver and Dwayne Carter last year. They just don't draft the position.
Yeah.
So,
and it's 3 in the whole Bean era. 3 defensive tackles, all those draft picks. It's 3 defensive tackles total. At Harrison Phillips, and that's it.
All right.
It's not much.
8030550. You asked, what do I want? We're 3 days out, and my answer was, duh. I want them to play a game tomorrow. I want to see what Josh Palmer looks like. I want to see Dalton Kincaid out there finally putting up numbers he's supposed to. Mm-hmm. So we're not asking the question all the time. What do I want? I don't know. I want the schedule.
The schedule.
I'll tell you what I want. I want to not look at the AFC because the thing about receiver in the Bills, it's important to me, is the context. Every time we've been doing this, the other teams are doing it.
Yeah.
Here, the Ravens, they go out and they spend a first-round pick on a receiver. How about the Chiefs? They go first-round pick on a receiver after doing a second-round pick on a receiver. All these other teams loading up, getting pieces, trying to come at the Bills' crown, and the Bills are just kind of like, we got Josh Allen and some guys. And those guys are pretty good, but we feel like once we've got him, we're good enough. And I don't know how many other quarterbacks are asked to do it that way. I really don't think anybody else is. Burrow, they gave 2 giant contracts to amazing receivers.
Hurts, they did 2 giant contracts.
2 giant contracts. Mahomes, lots of picks on those spots.
Yeah, who is the next best quarterback that
gets neglected for his supporting cast? Not that the Bills have done that because they built an incredible line and their running back room is good and they're good, but what other quarterbacks second in command on offense is as far away from the quarterback as the Bills is? Justin Herbert?
I was just going to say he is like the only one I see where it's really like that. Everybody else, like you got a stud with him that you loaded up with.
Yeah.
Like Jordan Love in Green Bay a little bit, maybe. Could also be this, but that's maybe it. Like there's not many. Yeah, Herbert's the next one. But what are they probably yelling for in L.A. right now? What's a Chargers fan screaming for right now? You got to get him a guy. So he's not throwing jump balls to Quentin Johnston in the playoffs.
803-0550. Sal coming up at 7. We'll talk with him, of course. It's draft week. Bills do some media tomorrow, so we'll hear from them tomorrow. And we'll hear from Sal at 7 o'clock. Paul Hamilton at 8. We heard from the Sabres closing their chapter. Have some thoughts for you on all that. As Elliot Friedman reports, maybe a reshuffling on the way. Adams goes to a different role. Jason Karmanos becomes the GM? Is he the favorite to do it? It's definitely in-house, or it's Ryan Miller. That's just my blatant speculation because I just keep asking that question if Ryan Miller wants the job. So there might be a move there, which would be it would feel like next to nothing from them.
If it was internal.
Yep.
If you're right in thinking that it was internal. If they start interviewing outside candidates, like that maybe will falsely get me a little bit excited. Just for the idea that somebody from outside the organization is going to come in and do something different. And it will also maybe depend, right, if they shuffle things around and Adams has a new title, what is that title? Is he the president of hockey operations so that he is still dictating the direction of the team? Because I got him again talking about you can't make emotional decisions and overreacting to things in this press conference on Saturday.
Yeah.
And that just to me sounds like more inaction. More patience.
Let's get to our favorite or least favorite thing he said over the weekend, because there was one thing that I heard that, I mean, it was a tough scene. It was tough hearing from the GM, and there's one player that had the right message, and that was Jason Zucker, who said he had a coach tell him that hope is a bleep strategy. Mm-hmm. Somebody finally said that.
Yeah.
Someone down there finally said that, as opposed to, we feel like we should be in a better spot than this. All right. 803-0550. Happy Dingus Day.
Are we going to be? What are we going to get pastry-wise out in the bistro later? Something? What's the go-to on Dingus Day? Isn't it the...
No, Punchki Day's a different day. That's Mardi Gras.
No, you're right. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe there isn't one for Dingus Day.
I don't know. It's a good question.
Might have some pierogies out there.
Oh, let me tell you.
Yeah.
I had some pierogies this weekend. It was
nice.
Yeah.
Pierogies are great.
Yes, they are. Mm-hmm. Yes, they are. The only thing wrong is that someone in the chat's going to be mad we didn't say it the right way.
Pierogies?
Yes. Someone's going to be upset about that.
Yeah.
But, that comes with the territory. We're ready for that. 803-0550. Have the poll up on Twitter. Which defensive position you think is most important for the Bills to snag at 30, assuming the board has fallen perfectly. I don't want to say like, well, no, just the board's perfect. You have your choice of defensive tackle, defensive end, corner, or safety. What's most important? Check it out on Twitter. Vote there. You can vote at the chat as well. We're on YouTube. Jeremy and Joe, Sal coming up top of the hour, 803-0550 to join us on WGR.
WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
NFL Draft Week, Round 1 on Thursday, Rounds 2 and 3 on Friday. We'll have full coverage throughout the week here on WGR. To the playoffs last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Toronto Maple Leafs take a 1-0 series lead over Ottawa with a 6-2 win. Vegas doubles up the Wild 4-2 with an empty netter right at the very end. They beat the Wild, take 1-0 lead. Carolina over New Jersey 4-1. They're up 1-0 as well. The Sabres spoke on Saturday, and the players did, of course, on Friday. Kevin Adams and Lindy Ruff's press conferences, as well as all that player sound, is on our website, WGR550.com. Elliot Friedman reported that there could be a shakeup coming in the Sabres front office that could include Kevin Adams getting moved to a different job title. That he did not deny either when he was asked about it at his presser, but he said he had not met with Terry Pegula yet. In the NBA playoffs last night, Golden State beats Houston 95-85. The Cavaliers beat the Miami Heat. Boston over Orlando. And then Oklahoma City blows out Memphis by 51. So all those winners taking a 1-0 series lead. Justin Thomas in the RBC Heritage wins with a 21-foot birdie putt in a playoff. That is his first win since 2022. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Justin Mello of the Draft Network. One thing on corner. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. So, Kyer Elam is the what draft? 2021 draft, right?
2022.
Okay.
21 is Rousseau and Basham.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's hard enough knowing what year it is. The fact that football goes across the calendar and then back, I feel like it sets me up for failure all the time.
Like the draft is in 2020. This draft is in 2025. The 2025 Super Bowl, though, will be in 2026, even though it's the same league year.
So the 2022 draft, this one could be viewed as similar to that because early on in our Twitter poll about like which defensive position would you be the happiest or like what do they need the most?
Yeah.
It's now drifted back to second place, which I'm happy to see. But the early answer that was winning the poll was corner. Mm-hmm. Corner being number one. And Sal, we've talked about it. Sal is really kind of, I don't think they're taking a corner at 30. In 2022, the Kyer Elam pick, I say this with it's because Elam was a bad player. I never bought that they needed a corner there. I never bought for a second that corner 2 needed to be a key position on this defense. And I still don't think that corner 2 has to be something they invest a premium asset in. Now, should they get somebody, a young guy, that can come in and just beat out Trey White or beat out Dane Jackson? Sure. But I never thought Elam was necessary as a pick. Levi Wallace was a part of the team, and the defense was awesome. Mm-hmm. And, of course, they got scorched in 13 seconds, which, they always get beat by the Chiefs. Good defense, bad defense. I've never really thought corner 2 was a really big issue for them, and I still don't. And going back to that Elam pick, I decided, like, what are the next couple picks? Like, what could they have used there? And there's 2 edge rushers, and there's some linemen that go right away, and I don't think there's anybody that jumps out.
No, I remember wanting Christian Watson, that draft pick.
He went 34th.
But he's been fine.
Yep.
But he hasn't been like, I can't believe they passed on Christian Watson.
No, he's been injured. That is where the run of second-round receivers happened. I think there's a good amount. Like, George Pickens is a guy I would like there.
Yeah.
And, whatever, see how that's gone. They end up going with James Cook in the second round.
When we kind of thought they missed the run in the second round, they might have wanted to get in on that.
Yeah, maybe Sky Moore, somebody like that. Like, these aren't all success stories, but the 2022 draft, that's one that, of all the ones you could go back and say, I wonder what would have gone differently if XYZ. If they take, I mean, maybe they would have taken Trent McDuffie, who a lot of reporting that the Chiefs went up and got him in front of him. But that ends up looking like a year where they took two positions with the first and second pick that they didn't need. Many people didn't think they needed the corner. I didn't. And then the second round pick was Cook. Okay.
Well, definitely at the time, nobody thought they needed a linebacker with the third pick.
Right.
So
that's a great
kind of the whole draft.
That's kind of a great example how it ends up being Cook and Bernard, and those guys are still on the team and important players. So, evaluate it in a couple years. But I don't think they need a corner. I'm firmly with Sal on that the depth chart looks good enough that you can attack other positions and, maybe get a corner in the second round. So we'll see. 803-0550, it is draft week. Jeremy and Joe on WGR, the opening of the next chapter of the Bills, the closing of the chapter on the Sabres with their end-of-season presser over the weekend. Lindy Ruff and Kevin Adams spoke with the media for 52 minutes.
Yeah.
Long conversation with the media. One question I would ask of anybody out there, and I'll ask you this on the Sabres. So Kevin Adams says, basically, we feel like we're a playoff team, and we failed. Mm-hmm. And my question on all that would be, based on what?
Right.
What would anyone point to and say they should be in? What would you point to? Do the teams ahead of them get to say that? Do the Rangers say that? Do the Penguins say that?
Well, some teams sound like Boston, the Rangers. Aren't these teams acting more angry because they are probably saying we don't think we were a playoff team this year, and that is unacceptable.
That is probably right.
That's more the attitude you get from those, especially those franchises that are accustomed to being there.
The Rangers finished with 85 points and fired their coach.
Yep.
The Islanders, 82 points. The Penguins, who were terrible this year, 80 points. Here are the Sabres, third from the bottom in the East, and saying, we feel like we're a playoff team?
Yeah, what's the...
How could you say it?
The case is that... There really isn't a good one.
There's not a
good case. The case is that they have two amazing players at the top of their roster. But a lot of teams have that, right? Yeah. Boston wasn't a playoff team this year, had no right being a playoff team this year. They stunk. And David Pastrnak is amazing. He's a franchise cornerstone player. That doesn't make you a playoff team, just having him. So, I think it's something he says to save face because he thinks he's built a team that's capable of it, and we're 5 years into this, and they haven't proven that they're capable of it.
Right. The quote is, I believe we should be a playoff team right now, and we failed. Why do you believe we should? Why do you believe you should be a playoff team? Why? What's expected goal percentage? Bad.
Yep.
Goalies let you down, but
special teams terrible. Power play mostly.
Special teams terrible. Yeah. But goaltending lets you down, and then okay, how about that goaltender? Full faith in him. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Full faith in you. I mean, maybe that's the kind of thing you have to say.
He might have had to say. That was another part of the Friedman report earlier in the day was that he's heard that Luukkonen could be available this offseason.
All right, well,
so there's your goalie swap idea. Put some credence on that. But they did say it. They believe in UPL. Okay. Not scared of UPL and Levi being their goalies at the beginning of next year. Again, he might have to say that in the moment because if they end up there, then... But even this is fronting. It's... If you don't fully believe that you want UPL and Levi, but you say it, why do you say it then? You say it because you don't want to look bad if you have to start the year with UPL and Levi, and you would announce to the world that you don't want to start the season with UPL and Levi.
Right.
Which shouldn't really matter how you look. You look bad. You look bad no matter what because the team stinks. It's not going to be, everyone's against you now because you started with the goalies you didn't want to start with. No, it's because you haven't made the playoffs in 5 years, and the team hasn't been good. So I don't think there is a defense for why they... The argument for why they should be a playoff team is that their young guys should have taken steps forward. But that was the... faulty part of the plan all along is that you just don't know what these guys are going to become because you are counting on unknown commodities to become known commodities. And some of them have. Paterka's done it. And, obviously Dahlin's done it and Power, but you've got a lot of guys that haven't. So, this was the plan. The plan was to slow play it and trust in all the young guys to develop, and usually this is how it works with prospects in the NHL. Some are going to and some are not going to.
Yeah.
And they kind of needed all of them to.
Slow play it, and it's just been a very slow play. Because it's worth pointing out, should they be far away? He says he thinks they're closer than farther also to making the playoffs. Like, yeah. Okay. They don't have to be far away. Other decisions could have gotten this thing over the line anywhere along the way in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know all the decisions that were available to them, but it's just a tough sell. To me, I believe we're a playoff team, and we failed. You don't have evidence. I believe I'm a scratch golfer. Do I just get to say it? There's not a lot of evidence.
Well,
I've shown
Jeremy, those 3 holes where you went 1 under.
I shot 1 over on the back 9 in one of my last rounds last year.
Yeah.
I should be a scratch golfer.
Yeah.
That's not how that works. It's just tough.
Yeah. The applauding themselves too for kind of figuring it out at the end. Like they did a little bit but again, it's like an 8-game sample. Golf. It's okay, you were 1 under in a 3-hole stretch, and you believe that you should have gone 6 under par that day.
Yeah.
And you shot a 95. That's kind of what happens. You're not a scratch golfer because you have a 3-hole stretch where you go 1 under par. You are a 15 handicap because you shoot 90 every single time you go out on the course. And that's Kevin Adams and that's the Sabres right now. So, okay, sure. They figured it out a little bit in the end of March. They won 12 of their last 20 games. I mean,
2 games over 500.
Congratulations.
And in that stretch, their expected goals was one of the worst in the league. They got better results, and they were still bad.
So we'll see what reshuffling means. If that even does happen. He hasn't met with Pagula yet, but I don't know. I'm not going to know what to think. If he is in a different job title and there's a different GM in here, well, that's going to matter too, right? Is it just a guy from their own front office right now, or is it going to be some assistant GM from another team? I can't imagine it's going to be some big name. So, I feel like the best I could hope for right now is that Adams will still be in the organization in some capacity, and that they're going to hire the Lightning's assistant GM.
But even the Lightning's assistant GM, what kind of structure is that? He's coming in to work under Kevin Adams and above Lindy Ruff? Does an assistant GM take a job like that? You're keeping your coach, and by the way, the old GM is your current boss?
Well, that's where your Ryan Miller idea comes up. Because somebody that has relationships already with the organization and these people makes more sense.
803-0550. Watch some playoff hockey. Watch some playoff basketball.
Good playoff basketball last night.
Yes, there was. Watch some golf this weekend. Busy time of year. Busy times. Sal at 7, Paul at 8 as we get closer and closer to draft week. There's good stuff on the Giants and what the Giants are doing. And when we get back, I've got to run something by you. I think we should start talking about the Giants the way we talk about another team in their division.
It's just one of the biggest
As I said, 18 apiece. He'll dance. He'll throw up a shot. Oh, goodness.
Are you kidding me?
Geometrically, that should not have happened. Wow, what a shot.
Kevin Harlan, the great Kevin Harlan.
What a call.
Geometrically, that shot shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Warriors win.
Warriors are going to be fun in these playoffs. So Jimmy Butler on that team right now is good too.
Yep. What else? The Lakers got smacked.
Yeah, they did. Jeez.
NHL, what's the biggest story of opening 2 days? Winnipeg got a win. They rallied late and got a win.
Yep, it was a good game.
Pretty
Big story from hockey
pretty
over the weekend.
intense scene there. Anyway, I teased something going to the break about a team in the NFL that we should talk about the way we talk about another team in their division, and it's the Giants and the Cowboys. So, on the Giants, quickly, over the course of the weekend, I saw two things on them. One, they're considering Ashton Jeanty at 3 overall. And then, actually, it's swinging back to Shedeur Sanders. Now, it's all draft rumors and stuff.
Yeah.
But the Giants are a team that's run by their owner, right?
I see them as that.
Why don't they get that more than they do? They signed Daniel Jones to a monster contract to keep him for another year or two, to have Brian Dable and Joe Shane kind of rescue that, and then he moved on. Why the owner give them more time? Probably because the owner's like, well, I'm sorry about that. The owner was on Hard Knocks all over the place saying he'd lose sleep if Saquon went to the Eagles.
Right.
You run the team. He runs the team.
Mm-hmm.
The owner is making the decisions for the Giants. It sure looks that way from the outside.
Or at least he's heavily influenced.
Heavily.
Like that might have been one where finally Shane has enough comfort or will to even in that Hard Knocks clip. Like Shane is the one that is making the decision like, well, we're not keeping him. Right? Like the owner wants to, but they don't. But you can see the dynamic even in that Hard Knocks. Like that owner is.
I've got to convince you that this is not going to make us better.
Right, exactly. Yes, that's a better way of putting it. It looked like he was convincing Mara that like this is why we're not doing it. This is why we're not keeping Barkley. And the owner then saying like, well, I'll lose sleep.
Right. And the owner probably lost a lot of sleep because Barkley went to the Eagles, won the Super Bowl, and was amazing and could have set the rushing record and then re-signed in Philly for $20 million.
So what do we do with them, though? If they draft Ashton Jeanty, are we just saying, that, like, okay, well, that's the owner because he's mad about losing Saquon Barkley?
Do you remember the one, was it Albert Breer, who had the very odd report that said if Sanders goes in the first round, it's because an owner got involved?
Yes, that was Breer.
Albert Breer.
Yeah.
And I said to you, that's a very odd thing to come out 3 weeks before the draft. Albert Breer reporting that many believe if Shedeur Sanders goes in the first round, it's because an owner got involved. And all of a sudden, it's the Giants. Michael running back, they also might go Shedeur Sanders. Now, maybe they're smoke screening to try and get somebody to move up for all these pieces, but maybe they go Sanders. And what would that be sold as? Dable and Shane trying to save their job, or are they just doing what the owner says to do?
Yeah.
And
then the Breer report could be Joe Shane saying a coded message that says help on it to the rest of the league. Like, I'm not doing this. I'm not the one drafting Sanders at 3 if that's what happens.
Yeah, I think the Giants should probably get more attention as a team that is run by their owner. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team Saturday, June 28th. Once you join the team, you receive an email to pick up your team t-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal of $10,000 before the ride. Visit WGR550.com for details. Sal on the other side, the Bills' off-season workout program begins today. What they can and can't do, and of course, some draft preview coming up here on WGR.
WGR2.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
It is NFL Draft Week, Round 1 on Thursday, Rounds 2 and 3 Friday, and the rest of the draft, Day 3 on Saturday. We'll have coverage throughout the week here on WGR. We'll talk more about it with Sal Capaccio coming up next. Today's also Day 1 of the Bills' offseason program, Phase 1. Day 1 of Phase 1 of the offseason program today. We'll talk more about it with Sal again. To the playoffs, both Stanley Cup playoffs and NBA playoffs getting fired up over the weekend. In the NHL, Toronto takes Game 1 of the Battle of Ontario, 6-2 win over the Senators. Vegas last night doubles up the Wild with a 4-2 win. Carolina over New Jersey, 4-1. If you go back to Saturday, the Winnipeg Jets opened their series with a win against St. Louis. They came back in that one. And Colorado blows out the Stars, 5-1. In the NBA, last night, the Warriors took Game 1 over the Rockets. They were favored in that series despite being the 7 seed. Cleveland over Miami, Boston over Orlando, Oklahoma City over Memphis, all Game 1s. The Lakers lost on Saturday to Minnesota. The Sabres talked over the weekend, Saturday, for Lindy Ruff and Kevin Adams. They had their press conferences, and after an Elliot Friedman report about there could be reshuffling of the Sabres front office, including a potential new title for Kevin Adams. Adams pointed to that he has not had his meeting yet with Terry Pegula, so he did not unspell those rumors, at least not yet. All that audio, by the way, from the Sabres locker room clean-out, Ruff and Adams, all available at WGR550.com. Finally, Justin Thomas wins on the PGA Tour at the RBC Heritage. It's his first tour win in 3 years. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
On WGR.
Good Monday morning, draft week, off-season conditioning, phase 1. Lots going on. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It's going to hit 70 today, but some rain here and there, some thunderstorms. Anyway, joining us on the Wester Hotline is Mr. Sal Capaccio. Sal, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Happy draft week. Happy off-season workout start week. We're here. I mean, it's hard to believe. Like, we are a week away from May. Turning the calendar to May. It's unbelievable.
Are you calmed down from the Yankees losing a no-hitter yesterday for a very weird reason? You seemed fired up yesterday.
Oh, I was, and I was heat of the moment. I've been. It's so funny because even this morning I got people coming at me like, "You don't know what you're talking about. That was totally a hit," and that's fine. It might have been. So what happened was, Jeremy, did you see the play? Do you know what happened?
I did not.
See what happened?
Yeah, for those that didn't see the
here's
play.
What happened. Okay, Max Fried was throwing a no-hitter, and in the 5th inning, I believe it was, 6th inning. I have to go back and look. 5th or 6th inning, there was a ball hit to Paul Goldschmidt at first base. And he had to move to his right, and he booted it. But the runner who was running was very fast. And Fried probably would not have beat him to the bag anyway, but he did boot the ball. It's very subjective. They call it an error. It could have been a hit in the moment, but they did call it an error. So for the next few innings, Fried still gives up no hits. They go to the 8th inning. They come in. They're like, Fried's got a no-hitter. He's going to the 8th inning. They come back from commercial break, and during the break, they went back 3 innings and scored that play a hit.
a review from like 2 innings before, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they took away the no-hitter with 6 outs to go to get a no-hitter. Now, look, I will tell you, and I understand this. Like, I mean, yes, I was mad on Twitter yesterday, and I wrote it was an error, and I get it. It was subjective. Maybe it wasn't the heat of the moment to write that. But the point is, like, I get that scoring changes happen all the time in baseball. I understand that. Could anybody ever remember the home team scorer changing a error to a hit with 6 outs remaining for a no-hitter by going back 3 innings later to score something? Oh. That's just, you got to have some self-awareness and common sense. You didn't score it at the time. You can't do that now in this situation. Yeah. You can't. It's objective.
This story has gone directly to my soul, and I am not a
Yes.
Yankee fan, and I cannot get over it. It is absurd. It is offensive that we're... I mean, it's bad enough every single thing in sports has to be replayed and everything has to be reviewed. And here we are 3 innings later.
Yes.
Fold up shop. Let's all just forget sports. We're going to talk about the Bills here. Let's just give it all up. My highlight.
Wait. This is the cherry on top for you because I know how you are about these things, okay? Part of the reason I was so fired up and other Yankees fans, 2 innings before that, okay? You go watch this video, Jeremy. You'll see what I'm talking about. Aaron Judge hit an unbelievable moonshot home run. Now, they're playing in Tampa at the Yankees spring training facility, as you know, because the Trop is damaged, right? Mm-hmm. So at that facility, the foul pole lines, the foul poles are not as tall, okay? So they called it a foul ball. They reviewed it. It is clearly fair, and they still call it a foul ball.
So they reviewed it and still didn't get it right, basically.
Correct.
Yeah.
Go watch the replay. You'll see the ball. It's unbelievable. It's literally fair by every angle you see. It's fair by at least 10 feet.
Well, while we're complaining about officiating and reviews, I'll get one in here because I watched a little bit of the Thunder and Grizzlies game, which was...
You did? It was like a 70-point game.
Let me tell you the part I watched. I flipped it on. It's just before halftime. The Thunder are up, I believe, 32 points at halftime.
Yeah, they smoked them.
The lead was 30. But there was a review with 0.4 of a second left on a foul.
Oh, my God.
In a 30-point game at halftime. And the officials got to go to the monitor here. Hold on, let's check out this foul. I'm just like, good night. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I heard a suggestion yesterday that somebody wrote that said, if you win by 50 in an NBA playoff game, this should be automatic series over. You don't get to play the other games.
Love it. Absolutely. If you're up by 30, official reviews aren't allowed. Let's do that.
Yes.
That's right.
All right, Sal, before we get to the draft, it's phase 1. It's an 8-week offseason programming, so the Bills kind of get in and get to work a little bit here. Exactly what is phase 1?
Yeah, well, first of all, let me say, guys, actually, what's really interesting this year is actually a 9-week program. It always has been. And for the first time I can ever remember, under Sean McDermott, at least since all this started, the Bills are only using 8 weeks of the 9-week program. It's kind of interesting. They have certain amount of weeks you do certain things, but I looked and I saw that they're going with 1 less week of OTAs this year than they normally do. I don't know what. Maybe we'll ask Brandon Beane if there's a reason when we see him on Tuesday. We'll have media for tomorrow. Brandon Beane and Josh Allen. But it is a 9-week program maximum, and I've never remembered the Bills not using all 9 weeks. They're only using 8 weeks. So if you count from today till June 12th, which is when they end, after they have mandatory minicamp, the 10th, 11th, and 12th that week, it's only 8 weeks. Now that being said, phase 1 is the first 2 weeks of this program. It's just strength and conditioning and rehab for anybody who's been injured. The Bills don't really have anybody on that list of like major. Maybe there's something going on that we'll find out about that they're just rehabbing for. But that's all you can do. There's no actual like position coaches or head coach allowed on the field or anything like that. This is when we see video of them throwing the medicine balls and doing sit-ups and walking or doing some hopping over ladders or hurdles or something like that. Dead ball activities are allowed, and that is what quarterbacks can throw to receivers provided they're not covered by another player. Kickers and punters and holders, long snappers can use balls, but you cannot for any other player involved, just them. And returners can return from a jugs machine, but not from an actual punter doing that. So there's just a basic stuff here to kind of get ready to get back in shape.
All right. So they get to work, and meanwhile, the Bills front office goes to work. The final phase of draft prep and putting their board together to gear up for Thursday, Friday, into Saturday for the 3 days of the draft. So, Sal, as we sit here, a couple days out, whether you're reading tea leaves or looking back at the overall visits, Joe and I were talking about the possibility of edge with the first-round pick, defensive tackle, corner, safety. They're all in the mix, of course. And I just seen one about linebacker, which I'll get to you in a minute here. But, we fully expect a defensively heavy draft, 3-1 maybe even, 2-1 on the ratio of defensive players to offensive players, just based on their needs and the spots they have available.
100% I do. I have and I do. I have not wavered off this. I believe the Bills are going to spend most of their draft capital on defense. I expect specifically heavily to be investing draft capital early in the draft on defense. The first 3 picks, I think, will be all defense. It wouldn't stun me that they found a wide receiver late, second or third round because somebody's dropping that they really like. That could happen. I still would be surprised at this point. I think it's all defense. I think it's defensive line and corner, mostly probably defensive line heavy first. If you say 2-1, let's say. I guess you could throw a safety in there too, possibly, but I don't see it happening, with one of their first 2 picks, but it could happen, I guess, third round, but I think that's more of a day 3 thing. Overall, I do think it's mostly defense. I mean, look at their roster. It's just all you have to do. There's a difference between, I understand, we can sit here and debate all day. Well, they need a receiver. People want to think that. Do the Bills think they need a receiver? I don't think they do. I think the Bills feel that they're set at wide receiver. Yeah, they might need another guy with some speed, but how much do they need to invest their capital into getting another receiver based on what the roster looks like right now? Look at their roster. As you look at the Bills roster right now, I think what tells me they're going to draft everything on defense or be so heavy on defense is the offense hasn't changed, guys, since last year. They just haven't changed. Everybody's coming back. The only people that weren't are 2 receivers, really, Amari Cooper and Mac Hollins, and they replaced them with Josh Palmer and then sort of Laviska Shenault, but Josh Palmer. And, they still have Tyrell Shavers and KJ Hamler and Jalen Virgil in the practice squad, but that's it. That is literally it. Josh Palmer for Mac Hollins, I would say, because Cooper you can count, but he was here half a year. That's fine. Defensively is different. Defensively, they've had to go out and get some players. They've signed Bosa, and then they signed Ogunjobi and Hoyt, and what's going on with them? They're suspended 6 games. I just think that there's too many clues here to say that they're going to invest and they still need to add on defense, and that's what they think they need to do.
Do you make anything of the Bills' history, Sal, at defensive tackle specifically? I was looking at this. Actually, you kind of sparked it because you were talking about corner on Friday, and I kind of narrowed in on tackle, and how the Bills, They really haven't ever drafted the type of defensive tackle that they need. They have not actually drafted a true one-technique defensive tackle in any round in over a decade. McDermott and Bean have never done it. Harrison Phillips did both, so he kind of fits that bill a little, but he was smaller. So does that matter at all to you, the fact that they haven't really invested in that position? You could even go to the money part of it, right? Like Daquan Jones is the most, and that's a modest contract. The fact that the Bills haven't really valued this that much to invest in it, that they're going to turn around and maybe use a first-round pick especially. Second round, day 3, of course, is on the table too, but specifically that position at 30.
I don't, Joe. I don't think that it has anything to do with how they operate this year. I don't think that you could take those set of, circumstantial evidence, that set of circumstantial evidence, and say, do past results say anything about what they're going to do in the future? And I'd say a couple of reasons why. Number one, they've still used assets to gain those players. It's just been through free agency. So they have addressed it. It's just been a different manner. Maybe they felt that they just didn't have those particular players on the board to draft at that time. And then the other reason, the biggest reason I say this, Joe, is I think we asked the same question about receiver last year. And while it wasn't a first-round pick, it was the first pick of the second round. Well, Brandon Bean never drafts receivers high, Bam, there's his first pick he uses on a receiver. So I just don't think you can take what they've done in the past and say that's something that they have some sort of overarching philosophy on, that they would do that with. So I do think that, and I think in this case, that they actually will want a bigger anchoring defensive tackle. Now, doesn't mean that, look, if Walter Nolan's on the board, he's a little smaller, and you could say he could play a little bit like that. That's fine. He's a little bit smaller. He's a fantastic player. I wouldn't be surprised if someone like that's high on their board and they draft him if he's available. But I think the type of player they would like to add to this team if he's there is a bigger type of defensive tackle. And again, goes back to this is. You can't just draft somebody because of that, though, right? If you can't put yourself in the Bills do not do that. What it is, Joe, they don't put themselves in a box where they say, well, we got to draft a big guy. It's more of they stick to the board, and that's kind of the way that's going to flow here.
Right. And then, in terms of edge, which was the other position we were talking about, because tackle, there's availability, to play. There's a role available. There's not really much there on the depth chart at that position. Whereas edge rusher, how do you see that going into this week? What is available to them? You talked about receiver a little bit, they feel like they could be set. And do you feel like they could think the same way right now at edge rusher, that they could do it, but that if they don't, they feel like they're all good going into this year?
might be a good way to put it. I think that they feel they need to add to edge. I guess that roster-wise, though, where are those snaps coming from right now? Michael Hoyt is out. You still have Rousseau, Bosa, Epinesa, Javon Solomon. Now, look, I mean, I don't know. I think they probably feel Javon Solomon will take a step. We talked to Sean McDermott about this at the owners' meetings, but, you know, if you're not completely sold and they not, and he's still growing, you could overdraft him, draft over him, and say, look, we have a guy in the first round we really like, and he's sitting there. So I think that would depend on if there's a certain player that really is there. I don't think they would hesitate, Joe. I think they would do it. They would pull the trigger if they felt that there was a guy there they could add to this team to really help out on the edge. But I do think the way the roster is constructed, the defensive tackle is just much more of a need and a spot where they feel they have to address. And again, look at the names on the roster at defensive tackle. Now, Zion Logue is on the roster. I'm not going to count him as somebody that they would rely on, okay? That leaves you 3. That's it. Because Ogunjobi's suspended. Oliver, Jones, and Carter. Well, literally, there is I think all 4 defensive tackle spots are pretty much, I consider them starters. There's a starting spot. That's the only starting spot on the whole team that's available is defensive tackle right now, if you want to look at it like that.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline, chatting ahead of the Bills draft. Of course, they draft 30th overall, 2 in the second. You know, Sal, I've heard a lot.
By the way, I shouldn't say that. I guess you could say cornerback 2 could be considered a starting spot that's open.
That's right.
I would totally respect that, yes.
I've heard a lot, and last year, one of the things the Bills did was they moved down in the first to move from the 4th to the 3rd, right? There's this idea that Brandon Beane likes the 3rd-round picks. And maybe what that really is he doesn't like to have big, huge gaps in where the draft capital is. It might not be the 3rd. It's just, you know, hey, I don't want to go up 60 picks without making any sort of move here. Do you feel like they are more likely to move and spread from the top down a little bit, or maybe try to package around where they have 3/6 and 2/5 and 2/4 to try to get up in the 3rd round and try to get basically like, you know, 4 of the top 120 players and try and find a way to kind of consolidate their picks a little towards the top?
I don't know if it's a good question. I don't know if you go into the draft. I guess you would have an idea going into draft because where the meat of the draft is, right? It depends on Jeremy. Does Brandon Beane feel that the meat of this draft is 3rd, 4th round in there? Or is, you know what, it's not that bad. Once you get to it's all kind of the same once you get to the 6th, 7th round even. Then it's okay because those 6th, 7th rounders might be just as valuable because they think that they can find players, I should say, that, you know, can still make the team. Now, one of the questions is, will they draft 10 players? As I sit here today, I think logically you say, are 10 players actually making this team? Probably not, so they won't. But you know what? I thought that last year and they drafted 10 players. They drafted 10 last year, and all but 2 made the team. The only ones who didn't were Travis Clayton, who is a International Pathways guy, and Daquan Hardy, who it came down to the last week and they decided to trade for Brandon Codrington because they weren't totally trusting of Daquan Hardy. But that's it. Everybody else made the team. So it's possible they could feel that way. I don't know. I mean, what do you hear from draft analysts in this draft? It's not the best draft. There's really not many, you know, especially early on, but, you know, middle rounds, not too bad.
It seems
I know. Go ahead.
It seems to be a draft lacking the top end or a lot of top end, but an awful lot of, you know, 3rd round and on that is pretty even.
To add to that too, real quick, Sal, like you might bring up something from this piece too. Adam Schefter just dropped an article, like things he's hearing from the draft, and like kind of like an interesting little end note was that this actually is a year where undrafted free agency, there might be a ton of value because the class, this kind of goes to the point of maybe there's not top end, but there's a lot of it because you have 2 COVID classes and underclassmen combined together. So you kind of have a bigger pool of players here maybe than you normally would.
Well, if that's the case, to me, that screams trade up. If there's tons of value,
if the Bills agree with that, I agree with you, Jeremy. Yeah, and that's what you do.
Yeah,
you get more valuable picks earlier, and then you just worry about the rest at UDFA.
Yeah. How have the Bills? How have the Bills done in that?
I would say I know. Give me 1 second. I would say this too. I know you hate, Jeremy, hearing there are only a certain amount of first-round grades, but this is literally the lowest amount of first-round grades that I've heard from people in years. Like 15, maybe 12. I think somebody wrote the other day that one GM told whoever writer it was, maybe it's Dane Brugler, I can't remember, that or Gerald Jeremiah, but only 12 first round graded players. Like this class just lacks. So you take that, let's say the Bills have 16 or 17, which might be then the high end in this draft, would they even consider trying to move up to make sure they maximize getting an actual first-round talent? I mean, I don't think so. That's a tough move to make, but those are things that you have to think about, too.
It could. That's one where, if they have 17 first-round grades, just hypothetically, it's not always like in a vacuum, like, you have to trade up to 17. I mean, I bet there's a lot of situations where Bean has a guy, one of his 17 first-round grades, and there's one of them left sitting there at like 22. And that would be where he'd have to move to. Because I don't know, Sal. Like, I haven't thought a ton about them trading up, especially like 15 picks. But if there is an edge rusher or one of these defensive tackles that falls to like 22, and it's one of his 16, 17 first-round grades, like that's when I think you get the trade up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's probably something that it is sitting there. You'd have to. What would it cost, right? That's the thing. You might have to do 2 moves to be able to do it. But by then, if you're doing 2 moves, you're already making 1 trade. Do you guys see? This is the first time. This is the latest we've ever gone without getting an actual first round trade dealt. I think 1994 was, or 93. Joe Montana was maybe a week out when that happened, but that hasn't happened yet. So this is the latest we've gone in the common era. I think that's the case. Jeremy, you're going to ask me something about UDFAs, maybe?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Like a couple of years ago, we saw one of their Beyond Blue and Red. We watched. They gave us the story of how that all works. I remember the name David Sills was a receiver they liked out of West Virginia, maybe, and it was all about how they hunt down these UDFAs because that. Even though these guys have not been drafted, that ends up being the Wild West. Like, whatever you can do, get a guy in, get him here, get him signed. How do we? And I guess looking back, Sal, how have they done in that department? Every team's going to have, targets. How many players have come to this organization and stuck through that process?
It's happened. I mean, I think it's a lot harder now because the team is so much better. This is one of the points of when people tell me the Bills don't play young players. I say, well, they do if they're good enough, but it's harder to play on the Bills as a young player because the roster's good. Like, you have to understand, young players, whether it's a rookie or an undrafted free agent, it's a tougher task to ask someone to A, make this team, and B, to actually get on the field. That being said, I'm looking at last year's undrafted free agent class for the Bills. I don't think anyone actually played. The only guys that really kind of stuck around in the practice squad were Branson Dean, who they actually just released last week, to Corey Couch, who's still around, Frank Gore Jr., the offensive lineman Mike Edwards, and you guys remember the Xavier Johnson and Lawrence Keys during last year's training camp, and wondering what these guys are about, right? So it's happened. If you go back, wasn't Levi Wallace an undrafted free agent?
Yep.
Right? That they've had these guys. They brought guys in that can have done it, but it's just harder now when they have these guys coming in with this type of team. Where are they going to fit? Who are they going to beat out? It's just tough to ask.
Right. It's a longer path, right, to getting to a role. Like, I'm thinking about Alec Anderson for this.
Jamarcus Ingram's on this list.
Right. And some of these guys, like Ingram even, I'm always surprised by his age. I'm thinking of Anderson specifically, though. Anderson's been here since 2022. And he's just now, he's still not even technically a starter, but 2022, he works through it for a couple of years working in this organization, and it's not till 2024 where he's even making any sort of impact. Maybe that's a good position, though, to look at, Sal. Like, their offensive line depth. Is Ryan Vandemark this too, or did he come from somewhere else? Like, their offensive line depth has been built kind of from, late picks and these undrafted guys.
So Ryan Vandemark was an undrafted free agent. I believe he believes an undrafted free agent, but he was by the Colts.
Okay.
The Bills actually snagged him from their practice squad. Okay. Or claimed him when he was waived, but he was a Colts guy who the Bills picked up after he went through a year with the Colts, essentially. So it's interesting for him as well. I'm looking over the year before that. Actually, here's one. Tyrell Shavers, undrafted free agent. Think about his path and how tough it's been, even though we've seen flashes from him, right? Richard Garage, the guy they like. He was an undrafted free agent a couple of years ago out of Florida. But even these guys who, boy, they might be able to stick. We'll see. Joe Andreessen was an undrafted free agent. Joe Andreessen tried out for the team. He wasn't even a priority guy. Yeah. Cam Lewis, of course, is the one that sticks out to you. But let's remember, It's hard to believe. Cam Lewis has been in the league like 7 years now. You know, I mean, like he's 6-7 years. He's one of those earlier guys that had a path a little bit. You know, the roster wasn't quite set, and he showed himself enough, and they started to develop him. Jamarcus Ingram the same way. Jamarcus Ingram was a few years ago, and let's remember that's another great point to make, guys. I've said this all the time. The Bills have what teams covet. The Bills have in their organization what teams around the league covet. And, you know, people can say it's been too long with McDermott, been too long with Bean. That's fine. You can have that opinion, but I'll say this. Having McDermott and Bean together for 8 years now has allowed them to say, we're going to bring in a guy, and he's going to sit here for a couple years, and then when we need him, he's going to be able to play. That's Jamarcus Ingram. That's Alec Anderson.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. All right, Sal, media tomorrow for the Bills before we wrap?
Yeah, tomorrow media, we're going to hear from Josh Allen and Brandon Bean early afternoon tomorrow. So today the team is out there. We won't have any media with them. Tomorrow we'll start to get that. And then obviously Wednesday and Thursday draft ramps up.
All right. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. When we return, some of the nuggets from Adam Schefter's things he's hearing at the draft, including a, surprise for the Bills at 30.
WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
It's draft week for the Bills and the rest of the NFL. Thursday, round 1. Friday, rounds 2 and 3. We'll have coverage throughout the week here on WGR. Our draft party will be at Resurgence on Thursday night, and then Wayland on Friday. Get your tickets for Resurgence on Thursday. To hockey, the Sabres spoke over the weekend. Lindy Ruff, Kevin Adams doing their wrap-up end-of-season press conferences. Elliot Friedman reported that there could be a shakeup coming in the Sabres front office that could include Kevin Adams under a different job title. Adams said he has not spoken to Pegula yet, or has not had his final meeting with Terry just yet. You can find all that audio on our website, WGR550.com. NHL playoffs. Last night, Toronto takes a 1-0 series lead over Ottawa in the Battle of Ontario. Colorado up 1-0 on the Stars with a win on Saturday. Winnipeg over St. Louis. And then the other results from yesterday, Carolina over New Jersey and Vegas over Minnesota. In the NBA playoffs, Golden State wins last night. Big game from Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. The Lakers lost on Saturday in Game 1 to Minnesota. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text.
Day. This is Who the Hell is Alice? I don't know this version, though.
I don't know this version either.
Who sings the regular one?
It's no.
This is Scooter Lee. This one, okay, yeah, okay. This is the other one is Jimmy Sturr.
Jimmy Sturr?
Is that the right one? Anyway,
it gives the "Who the hell is Alice" at the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I told Josh to get this for Dingus Day, and he said, "What is this song?" Because I wanted to ask today.
Yeah.
Are the youths still going out on Dingus Day?
I think they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Josh, you should do this. What do you got going on tonight? Nothing.
I guess nothing.
All right, Owen, you got anything going on today? You and Josh go to the Dingus Day Parade and experience it.
So I went for the first time a couple of years ago. I was not prepared for what it was. Like, it's weird, but weird in a good way, like where you just don't know what to expect. Like, I just figured, like, we'll get some polka dancing and there'll be, it's like gonna be like a Polish parade, right? And then, there's a Spider-Man float. Just 5 people wearing Spider-Man costumes. Like, okay, and then there's a zombie float, and they're shooting, well, a lot of them do the water guns at you and the water balloons, right? Just...
I've been at the parade.
Anything could happen. Any float.
I've been at the parade a bunch of times, but I never actually saw all the floats because my experience at the parade was often riding on a fire truck.
Okay.
We did that a bunch of times. How many years ago? Former morning show producer Dan Hager and Nick Mendola and me on top of a fire truck, and we might have done it for 3 or 4 years. And every year we did it. Howard was supposed to come, and then the day of, he's like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to make it. You jerk.
He would.
Always bailed on us. Try to get Howard.
We should make that happen now.
Get Howard back on a fire truck.
Let's get him out.
Yes,
get him on a fire truck.
Let's try to make it happen. So happy Dingus Day. I've had some Dingus Days to remember and some to forget. Or that I did forget. Anyway, yeah. Go out and have a good time.
Yeah.
And
wear red.
Yes. And that's about it. Report back tomorrow.
I think you'll have a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
As long as it doesn't thunderstorm.
Right. Even if it does. Anyway, Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy draft week. We've got Paul Hamilton at 8. I mentioned going to the break something from Adam Schefter here. So Adam Schefter has just posted his things I'm hearing ahead of the draft. Mm-hmm. And I guess one of the things I want to know, Joe, is do you want to give me $20 now or do you want to wait? Because here's what Adam Schefter wrote. Who could be drafted higher than most think? All right. Oh, what's that going to be? He's got a pair of Texas players on here, tackle, corner. What I did when I opened up this piece from Schefter is I just typed in, find word, Bills.
Control F Bills.
That's what I did. Control F Bills. What I got? UCLA linebacker Carson Schlesinger, projected by many as a day 2 pick, has a chance to go in the end of round 1 to a team such as the Commanders or Bills that might be looking for an additional defensive help.
Linebacker. Inside linebacker.
If the Bills went with an inside linebacker with their first-round pick.
Yeah. Lance Zierlein's read-up of him. But our bet, by the way, is that linebacker will go. You're betting linebacker will go earlier than running back.
Yes, you have running back. Yeah. I have linebacker. It's a 2-position race. The Bills pick first. And this running back or linebacker, I'm on linebacker.
Yeah, this is bad news for me because running back, I've always thought if I win this bet, it's going to be they pick a running back in round 4 and they pick a linebacker in round 6. And that's my most likely path to win. Schlesinger, right? Is
Schlesinger, I believe, yeah.
Schlesinger. Lance Zierlein describes him in his draft profile on NFL.com. He is a human bloodhound, pairing elite instincts with an understanding of blocking schemes and run tracks.
Okay.
So on and so forth. But he is an inside linebacker. So, finalist for the Butkus Award, nation's top linebacker.
Future starter inside or as a 4-3 will linebacker is what he has.
Yeah. If they did that, it's not a need pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a luxury pick, and also it's a future pick.
Mm-hmm.
I would not expect the guy. Well, I don't know. Would you expect him to make if they drafted him at 30, and he's good? He makes an impact in year 1. His path to playing time is not that clear. If they were to investing a linebacker at that pick is he's fighting with Milano.
Well, that's the genesis of this bet is I think the Bills will definitely plan for the next the
right.
post Milano timeline. I mean, Milano redid his deal and he hits free agency a year earlier and blah blah blah. They've missed Milano for so much the last couple of years that wouldn't they just plan for life after him? They love him, we love everything about him, but he has not been able to stay healthy, and I don't know if you'd have any faith that he could stay healthy. So I feel like linebacker has been in the mix because of the Milano timeline. And when they redid that deal and hit him the free agency earlier, it's definitely on my radar. Not in the first round. I feel
I'd never thought about the first round for a second.
A fourth round linebacker seems like a good idea as something to snag a piece, stash this guy away, player development. Because if they don't trust Dorian Williams, which when we were talking about this, we talked about this with Chris Brown from One Bills Live, and he said he felt like Dorian Williams has come a long way, and that might be right. It probably is right. The question is, do they trust him enough for him to have that job on lockdown or
competing with somebody else?
Yeah.
Because that's what they did with Terrell Bernard. Terrell Bernard was a third-round pick. He hadn't played as much as Williams would have by the time Milano would be gone. But what did they do for Bernard? He didn't get – well – actually, should I not say this? I was going to say he had to fight for that job, and they had a training camp competition. But if you remember, he got hurt, and they gave him the job anyway.
Yeah, pretty much.
So maybe he did get handed the job.
Because I remember hearing Vaughn talk about Tyrell Dodson maybe having that job.
Right.
And it was a big question.
I don't even remember who's going to
get it.
were.
Bernard was out for a long time, and then Bernard just came in and had it. And was good.
Right, they just gave it to him.
And he made a bunch of splash plays, and the rest is history. Now, he's extended, he runs their defense, and they love everything about him.
See, this would... It would be about Milano. It would also be about Williams, though. Williams, who is super fast. He ran a 4.49. He still has a faster 40 time than most of their wide receivers. And he flies around the field. It would be a question for them of, do you think you can harness that athleticism? Because you've done an okay job of that.
Mm-hmm.
I said okay. That's actually how I asked Chris the question last week when we had him on. He did pretty well. There's some ups and downs. And Chris is I thought he was really good. So, depends who you ask. Some of his PFF grades are really good on run defense, but not so great when he's in coverage, which almost feels backwards, right? If he's that fast and that athletic, shouldn't he be really good at covering guys? That might be the next step for him, unless they feel like they need to plan for him to not take that next step.
Again, getting to the Lance Zierlein report on this guy, Carson Schlesinger from UCLA linebacker, most of the positives read about identifying and helping the run game.
Right.
Really, he deciphers play action, plays fast, sees run lane development like a running back. So
Yeah.
this is a guy that's going to fill. I don't know. It would if they draft a linebacker with the first-round pick, people are going to be upset.
Does it get filed under the same category for you as like when we talked about safety? We're like, okay, get in the lab now and figure out how you're going to use these different personnel packages because now you've got 3 linebackers that all feel like they're warranting playing time because you're not just going to sit a first-round rookie on the bench the whole year, are you?
No, I mean that would be a failure.
So you got to figure out ways to use them.
And that gets to the point. If you're picking between 2 players, the Bills are picking between 2 players. It is the draft, so they want to be good, long term. There's a lot of million different ways to ask this question. What would you like? The player with the bigger ceiling long term, or the guy that makes a difference right away in year 1? And I know you can't really know which is which, but your scouts might say this guy's plug and play ready versus this guy's kind of raw. Might take 18 months to get him to where he's got to be. Because
but even imagine how that ends up going usually. How does that conversation usually go? The guy that doesn't have much of a path to playing time in year 1, or just for whatever reason he doesn't really end up playing. What will we say about this linebacker if he doesn't really play in year 1? It's going to be, I don't know, can I count on him?
Yeah.
Like, is he good? Like, if he was good, how come he didn't unseat one of the guys that were already playing? That's it's a little different because DeMar Hamlin is not Matt Milano, but Cole Bishop didn't play really in year 1. And what are we talking about a little bit this draft season? It's about safety. And replace Cole Bishop. Well, maybe he was one of these raw guys he had a 9.8 RAS score.
He was a 9.88.
Okay, he could have been described as this guy's got a high ceiling for the future, but he might not make as big of an impact right now. And what is there a little bit of out there right now? I gotta just replace him after 1 year. Like you might get to that same place with a linebacker you draft. If you don't, you gotta have some playing time, I think, to show off that okay, there is something here, and to also take steps for their own development. And I just don't know how that happens, especially if you're telling me he's better at stopping the run than coverage. That's what Dorian Williams is better at. I've got Milano in front of him, Bernard. That would be a weird pick for me.
There's Schefter today.
Be a weird pick.
He uses the Bills, but it's about a player that goes earlier than expected. So 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Paul Hamilton to help us wrap up what's going on with the Sabres and if there are going to be any changes there. More on Schefter's piece as well. He writes about the Eagles being aggressive, and it reads like I want the Bills to live their life, so we'll get to that as well. It's draft week, and it's also closing the chapter on the Sabres and watching the NHL playoffs from the outside looking in. Paul Hamilton, when we get to the top of the hour here on WGR. Future Buffalo Sabre Mitch Marner?
Hell yeah.
No. Yeah, whatever. Hey, it's Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. Happy Monday. April 21st.
Stormy out. Right
Are
now.
we in the clear? We saying it? It's going to rain?
Yeah, we're good.
We're good?
Yeah.
My wife asked me,
In the clear for, like,
can I
can I say the word? Are we good? Like,
can I put the kids'
Yes word?
mittens away? Do we think we can get away with that?
Yes.
Think so?
I think you could put the mittens away. I think you could put the snow brush away.
Okay. Good.
I think.
That's huge.
I think you can put it all away. It's going to be 37 tomorrow. So, don't yell at me if you wake up really early in the morning and maybe it would be fine. By the time you wake up, it'll be in the 50s anyway.
Yeah.
Most people. Yeah, we're good. Has it ever snowed in May? Probably.
Oh, probably. Yeah. Probably snowed in June.
I think we're in the clear though.
All right, good.
I'd be surprised if we weren't.
84 hours to the draft.
They got the countdown
They got
already?
it. They got it. 84 hours and 5 minutes.
So that'll be up that whole time then.
Yeah.
Unless they have like an NBA playoff game or something.
So 84 hours till we are kicking things off at Resurgence for night one. Listen, in all the history of great stories of resilience and battling through, whether it's Rory finally winning the Masters or what are some of the all-time great stories about comebacks and resilience and someone, sticking to it, and no matter what, they did it at all costs. That's Elway winning the Super Bowl.
Sure.
Put it right up next to all those. We get a first-round pick at Resurgence. We're back. Last year, they said it couldn't be done. They said it would never happen.
It wasn't done.
They said it never happened that a team would trade out of the first round twice.
Yeah.
Actually, they traded out at once, but trade down twice.
Right. They traded down, and then we thought, okay, we have to stay here longer.
Yes.
Till the last pick,
Yes.
and then we got to the last pick, and then they traded down again. Like,
One
all right, I'll see you
spot.
tomorrow.
One spot.
One spot, yeah. Right, just to get it so that they didn't make a pick.
Just one spot. We're back at Resurgence on Thursday. And then Friday, Friday we'll be at Wayland having a good time. Thursday, get your tickets at Resurgence Brewing's website. Friday, not ticketed, just, kind of come hang out for rounds 2 and 3. We'll be there at Wayland.
And for Friday, another thing Schefter wrote about today was that he is hearing there will be a run on receivers in the second round.
Okay.
A run on receivers in round 2.
Don't forget there are going to be players that get traded, too. One thing he had about the Eagles was they've got 20 picks in 2 drafts and can't use all those, so they're probably going to start trading. And again,
Hendrickson.
Maybe they
Trey
trade.
Hendrickson.
Maybe they trade for Trey Hendrickson. The Eagles
trade for Trey Hendrickson.
The Eagles
Be like Durant going to the Warriors. Like, you're already good at this. Stop.
They are a team that I think runs things very well, and they live in a different space than most teams. They don't fear the cap. They push all their money. What else they do? They trade up all the time. The Eagles trade up all the time.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not smart. It's not smart. Oh, what did the Super Bowl champs do that have been there twice in Howie Roseman's tenure?
Yeah.
Is it twice or is it more than twice? Twice.
They've won it twice. They've been there 3 times.
Don't trade up. Don't trade up.
Yeah.
Please go get it. All right. Paul Hamilton to recap the Sabres end-of-season presser with Kevin Adams and Lindy Ruff. What was said. Talked to a lot of the players, the futures of Bo Byram, some other RFAs, what's going to happen, how they're going to handle all this, the goaltending situation. Paul helps us wrap it all up. Coming up next here on WGR.
More of and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
NFL Draft Week, Round 1 in Green Bay on Thursday, Rounds 2 and 3 on Friday, and then Day 3 on Saturday. We'll have our draft parties at Resurgence on Thursday night. You can get tickets to that on our website. And then also Wayland Brewing in Orchard Park on Friday. That one is unticketed for Rounds 2 and 3. To the playoffs, the Sabres did their end-of-season press conference over the weekend. There was a report from Elliot Friedman that there could be a shakeup coming in the Sabres front office that could include Kevin Adams being named to a different job title. Adams, when speaking on Saturday, said he had yet to meet with Terry Pagula, his end-of-season meeting with the owner. So didn't say anything definitive on that. You can find all that audio on our website, WGR550.com. We'll also talk to Paul about it coming up next. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, last night Toronto takes a 1-0 series lead over Ottawa, winning 6-2. Linus Ullmark struggling in that one for the Senators. Hurricanes beat the Devils 4-1. Vegas over Minnesota 4-2. They both took 1-0 series leads. On Saturday, Winnipeg beat St. Louis and Colorado beat Dallas. In the NBA playoffs, Golden State with a win last night over Houston. They're a 7 seed, but they are favored in that series, and they looked like it last night. Steph Curry with the big game. Cleveland over Miami to take a 1-0 series lead. Boston over Orlando. Oklahoma City over Memphis. And in golf, Justin Thomas wins the RBC Heritage. That is his first PGA Tour win in 3 years. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Paul's appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Sabre season comes to an end. Locker clean out. GM and coach meet with the media. And Sabres paint the ice. Season ticket holder event. We go to that every year just about. Paul, you ever seen the Sabres paint the ice event? It's actually a pretty fun time.
I wondered if you were going to go to that.
Yeah.
I knew you had gone in the past.
Yep. The kids asked about it this time. They like it enough to ask about it. Saw Sabretooth, saw a bunch of people down there. Painted the ice, which is it's fun. You know, you get a lot of season ticket holders, young kids, families, and walk out onto the ice surface, paint messages, whatever you want. It's a good time.
What did you paint?
We wrote JJ the Turkey, and beyond that, the kids are 4, and I had to stop them from painting over everyone else's paintings because they're just, if it were up to them, they would cover the entire ice in the paint. But anyway, it's a good time. It's a good time. It's nice to. You know what's nice, Paul? Every once in a while, is to stand on the surface of the ice, all the way at the lower bowl. Like if you're a ticket holder, you go to these games, say Sabres or Bandits games, to be on ice level and kind of look up gives you a real scope of, you know, pro sports here. It's a big building. It's had some great moments, and that's all we all want is more of them to return for the hockey team. The Bandits get great moments all the time. We just want more great moments for the hockey team to return.
Yeah, it just seems to be something we haven't seen in 14 years. I don't remember great moments for the hockey team. So
it's been a while. It's been a while. Paul, what was the tone of Saturday's press conference for GM Kevin Adams and Lindy Ruff? Someone could click and listen to 52 minutes, but if you were to put a feeling on how they were and how they felt about it all, what would you say?
Well, Adams basically took the blame for everything. He didn't try to put it on anybody else but himself. He said this isn't good enough, and he has to be better, and he has to find ways to be better. And Lindy Ruff was upset with himself because he feels like he didn't get the job done in time, and he was angry with himself about that. So. It was just basically, Kevin Adams saying, we have to be better, and that starts with me, and the job I did wasn't good enough.
Do you get a sense, Paul, of, I don't think he really goes into like super detail about this, but in a true honest moment, what do you think Adams thinks he has done wrong? Like if he could go back and fix something, like what he thinks he would do differently about his tenure, especially the last couple of years. Really since... and really, the starting point for that is when he said like the window to winning was open. Although maybe he could even say he should have started that earlier. I don't know.
Well, this year, I mean, he has admitted that during the 13-game winless streak that he should have done something, that, sitting on his hands maybe wasn't the right tack to take there. And he hasn't come right out and admitted, signing all these young core players to contracts, but his actions have admitted it because he stopped doing it. He had signed all these guys, and then he had the opportunity to sign guys last year, and Peterka and Quinn and Levi and McLeod and Byram. Didn't sign any of them, to when he had the opportunity to do that. And I think he feels he jumped the gun then, and because right now I think he has maybe a couple of contracts he regrets, and that's kind of what happens when you do that. Sometimes it's economically the right thing to do because you got a guy for a lot less money than you would have had you waited, but it also overpays some guys maybe also.
Yeah. The other thing, too, about he spoke about this, Zucker and some of the veteran players they've brought in, Paul. If he indeed is going to stay on as the general manager and not something else, do you feel like the veteran route, like maybe he's got more, what's the word I'm looking for? More confidence in himself with that type of route because, I mean, you look at some of the veteran players he's brought in, a lot of them have worked, right? Like Zucker has been a good signing, and Greenway has worked to some extent. The McLeod trade. Do you feel like he has a greater respect for those types of moves now and trying to find them?
He'd better, because I don't think this drought is going to end until they stop being the youngest team in the NHL. They have too many young players. They've rushed too many guys to the National Hockey League. Not playing long enough in Rochester, not even coming close to playing long enough in Rochester, except for Kulik. I think Luukkonen had the right. He played quite a bit. He started in the East Coast League in the AHL, so I'll say he probably had the right route too. I think Levi finally does now. I don't think they started off, developing him correctly, but I think they have in the last year and a half done that. So. But a lot of these guys, Dylan Cousins never played any American Hockey League games. Now, Benson couldn't because of his age, but you could have sent him back to junior too if you wanted to. So he hasn't necessarily had to have been here since an 18-year-old. You could have taken a little bit different route with that. But Samuelson played, 50-some-odd games in Rochester. Peterka, Quinn, Krebs played less than 30 games in the American Hockey League. It was just like a race to get them all up here, and it was a mistake. Many of them were not ready to be playing in the NHL, and they're making the mistakes here instead of while they're developing in Rochester.
With that said, Paul, I guess if it happened too early, now they're just going to kind of ride it and hope that this time around, next year, they are more ready, because there don't appear to be a lot of spots that they're going to swap out, right? Like it feels like most of the team is in place for next year, I would think.
Well, you still can. I mean, Sam Lafferty doesn't have to be in Buffalo next year. He can be in Rochester. And the thing is too, if you're going to trade for a top six forward who maybe is more of a veteran, you're probably going to have to trade somebody off the roster out. It wouldn't shock me if Matthias Samuelsson is traded, and opening up a spot. It wouldn't shock me if Clifton is traded and opening up a spot. What about Jack Quinn? To me, for me, it would be just like, here's your qualifying offer, take it or leave it, type of a thing. With that, so you can also start trading some guys out to opening some spots up for yourself moving forward.
How likely, Paul Hamilton with us, Paul, how likely do you think it is that it is Adams that is making all these decisions? I know there was the Friedman report, and then Adams I mean, he didn't say anything definitive on it. Did you pick up a sense one way or the other from hearing him, or is it up in the air of whether or not he'll be the general manager still, or maybe under a different position or something else?
He was asked straight up, what assurances do you have that you'll be the general manager next year? And he said, I haven't met with Terry yet. That he's going down to South Florida. So that's the way he answered those questions. He was asked about Elliot Friedman's report, and he said, again, he didn't say anything other than, the meetings with Terry Pegula are still coming. He knows Terry Pegula is, I think, like we do. I mean, Terry Pegula can change his mind on a dime. He right now, Terry Pegula could 100% be planning on keeping Kevin Adams. And then Kevin Adams comes down there and says something he doesn't like, and that's it. He'll totally change his mind. Ask Jason Botterill about that. They said they're keeping him, and remember Kim said that there are things we know about Jason that you don't, and he's going to be here. And it was less than a month later he wasn't here anymore. Because Terry Pegula said he wasn't being heard. So that's the thing with Terry. He's very. You just don't know with him what he was doing. And then if Kevin Adams no longer is a GM, then you're scratching your head going, well, then why were you letting him trade your core players? And why were you letting him do that? And why were you letting him talk to players in player exit interviews, getting them ready for next year, telling them what to expect and this, that, the other thing? It wouldn't make any sense. But again, sometimes Terry Pegula's decisions don't make sense, and he doesn't speak to the media or anything, so you don't know what he's thinking. Sometimes I don't know if he knows what he's thinking. I think he just, he might not like what he hears, and that'll be it. Maybe he will like what he hears, and he'll stick with Kevin Adams. You just don't know what direction he's going to head in.
One question that came up, and Paul, I wonder if you thought of Kevin Adams' answer on this about the salary cap. Like, we're going to watch the cap go up quite a bit in the next couple of years, and the floor will go up. And, Adams is always pretty, I'm going to say, like, deflectionary when it comes to questions about the cap. He deflects them as if it's not really a concern for them. He doesn't have to think about it. Are they a team that is able to spend to the cap?
I believe they are. Being $6 million under the cap I didn't think it was that big a deal. I thought way too much was being made of it. Now, had I heard that they didn't make a trade or they didn't sign a player because they didn't want to spend up to the cap, then I would have a totally different opinion on that. But I never heard that. I've never heard that a player didn't come here or wasn't brought here because the Sabres couldn't spend any more money. So I think that's just kind of where it landed last year. They had their 23 guys. They were $6 million under the cap, and that was that. I don't think $6 million is that. If they were sitting there like they had been at times, they had to bring injured players in here to get to the cap floor. That's a different story. But I didn't think $6 million was that big of a deal, and we'll see moving forward. What they'll do and how close they'll get to the cap and where the cap will be, and maybe the cap won't be as much as they thought. Maybe revenues in the next year or so, because of what's going on in our country, won't be where they're projected. We don't know. Now they said they set a record in attendance for the league this year, so that's great for revenues. And that's great for spending because, if you're keeping J.J. Peterka, that's going to add to your cap. If you're keeping Bo Byram, that's going to add to your cap. Maybe you'll be subtracting guys like Samuelson or Clifton off your cap, swapping in and out. So that's kind of the way I look at it. Until I hear that they're not actually that they're turning down players because they have cap room but they can't use it, and I have never heard that.
Yeah, this will be a test of it this offseason, Paul, because like you said, we don't know where the cap's going to be, and that's very fluid. A very rough estimate right now is like around 95 that I've seen, and if that's the number or around it, that's $21 million in space that the Sabres will have walking into the offseason without any, tradeaways. You mentioned like Clifton and whoever could be moved. But McLeod needs a contract. Quinn low, but Quinn, Peterka, Byram, like Byram might be a good test of this too, right? Byram, Peterka, because if they sign all of those RFAs, then they're probably going to start approaching pretty close to where the cap is. If they don't sign Byram and trade him away, and then they don't really replace that with more money, and they're $8 million under the cap again, I feel like you're going to get the same complaints about them spending the cap.
Yeah, you definitely would. And Levi, I think, would be more of a qualifying offer type of a deal too, maybe a 2-year type of deal. One name we didn't mention is Alex Tuck. Now, it wouldn't be next year's cap; it would be the cap after. They can sign him after July 1st, but he would still be under his old contract next year, and then the new contract would kick in the year after. I would have to believe we're talking about a $7-8 million hockey player there. Now, I would not be offering him 8 years at age 30. He would be age 30 when the contract would kick in. I don't think that's good business to be signing guys up to age 38 at $7-8 million or whatever that contract might be. Now, Adams called that a priority, Tuck a priority, but you're talking 4 or 5 years. I think would be comfortable. That would take him to age 34 or 35. But there's some money right there. That wouldn't be next year, but it'd be the year after.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline as we chat about the Sabres end-of-season presser. Paul, I guess the last year, this time, it was Kevin Adams kind of bullish. He makes the move to fire Don Granato and says, I know who can get this right. And they don't really take any steps forward in the standings. So he's less bullish this time around, like you said, like taking responsibility. If he is, in fact, in the job for another year, do you feel like he will operate differently? Will he have pressure on him? Will he want to keep this job? Because part of me wonders if the alternative to being the GM is being moved up and staying in the organization, then you won't have a GM operating with really a lot of pressure. You'll just have someone that's going to continue to do what he's done. I don't know. I mean, it's tough to kind of get an idea of what their vision has been because it so often is a trade well after everyone would have thought a trade was due, right? The Savoy trade, the Cousins trade, these are all the Middlestat for Byram trade. Like he's made some trades, but none of it has really seemed to be very aggressive or very go for it. They've slow played a lot of stuff, and I wonder if that would be any different really in any situation for Adams.
Because he's had to change his plan, and they've regressed in each of the last 3 years. They haven't progressed. So, yeah, he has to change his plan. You can't keep going and doing the same thing and expecting the results to change for you. So, if he's given a 6th year, which would be amazing, I've never seen a GM that keeps his team regressing for each of the last 3 years and keeps coming back for more. But, yeah, he's got to change what he does. It's not working. I mean, it's plain and simply not working, and that's the problem with bringing in an inexperienced GM. What's he doing? He's learning on the fly. He's been learning on the fly from the beginning. So he has to make mistakes to realize they're mistakes, and then he has to change his philosophy somewhat to, correct those mistakes. So, that's the thing with the Buffalo Sabres, their hockey department. A lot of guys are in jobs they've never had before. And, okay, so you don't really know how to do those jobs, so you're going to do some things that are very good, and you're going to make mistakes, and you're going to learn on the fly. And, that's what Kevin Adams has done. And, even if, let's say, Kevin Adams isn't the general manager when he's done with, Terry Pegula, would they just hire Jerry Fortin? I mean, Terry Pegula and Kim Pegula love Jerry Fortin. Well, he's never done the job before. I mean, he's never done the job he's been in. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's kind of the way they roll. And when you have that, you got to keep adjusting what you're doing because you're making mistakes because you don't know any better. And now you've made a mistake, and now you got to realize it, and now you got to do something different.
Yeah, that's where this is all guesswork, Paul, but it's like a fan that wants them to kind of clean house and bring in some established general manager. Like, doesn't it just feel like more likely just that? Because I've always wondered about like Lindy's place and all this too, because Adam said Lindy will be back, as he did with Chopin Bulldog last week, and of course that's him as the general manager. But Terry talking about Ed Lindy when they hired him last year, and Lindy's talking like he'll be back, and just the idea that they're going to hire somebody who's going to come in and clean house versus Adams maybe in a different role but still in the organization, and Lindy still the coach, and then the GM kind of placed in between. Like you mentioned Jerry Fortin, like I feel like if they do make a move, it's just guesswork, but it's probably just somebody that already works in the organization to some capacity.
Well, I mean, and this is past Terry Pagula. In the history of the Buffalo Sabres, 1970, they have hired 2 general managers who have had NHL general manager experience, and one was the very first one.
And was the other one Bowman in the 80s,
yes.
maybe? Yeah.
Yes. It was Punch Imlach, who was the GM of the Toronto Maple Leafs, and Scotty Bowman, who was the GM of the St. Louis Blues when they came rolling into the league. He wasn't their first GM, but he was pretty quick afterwards in 1967.
So it's been 40 years.
So in the history of this team, 2 guys have had NHL GM experience. People always bring up Muckler. Yeah, he was an NHL coach, but he wasn't an NHL GM before getting the job here. And none since Scotty Bowman in the 80s.
Wild.
Yeah. All right, Paul.
Now what? Amerks playoffs, right? Start on Friday?
Yeah, they're home Friday if folks want to go see that. And then Sunday afternoon, it's a best-of-5 series against Syracuse. So they're not guaranteed Game 5. Should there be a Game 5, it'll be in Rochester on May 9th. And people are saying, why does it take so long to get a 5-game series? Because the American Hockey League doesn't want Tuesday games, Monday games. They want people to come.
Right.
And so they will drag series out to get the games on Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays. I totally understand that. Now it makes a 5-game series go forever, but that's what they want. They want people to come, and quite a few people are. If Game 5 is on Friday, May 9th, a lot more people are going to be in that building than if you had Game 5 on a Tuesday instead of waiting until Friday. So that's why these series get dragged out a little bit.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Highline. Thanks, Paul.
No problem. Take care, guys.
Sabres coverage of the Sabres end-of-season presser up at our website, WGR550.com, to read a little bit more about that. NHL playoffs, back to it.
Do you want a stat very quickly before we go to break on this conversation we just had about cap space? And
yeah.
The Sabres in the last 4 years have not used a total of $49 million in cap space.
Okay.
$6 million this year, 6.3, 10.6 the year before that, 17.2 the year before that, 15.5 the year before that. It is round up really. It's $50 million of cap space. That over a 4-year period, by the way, could have been 1-year contracts, could have been 2-year contracts, could have been $50 million in unused resources that could have pushed this team closer.
Stat of the day. That's brought to you by Empire Electricians. Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit EmpireElectricians.com. Canadians and Capitals tonight. That's Game 1 in that series. Blues Jets, Game 2. Avs Stars, also Game 2. All those on the way tonight. And there's one more. Oilers and Kings tonight.
Jeff Skinner's first career playoff game. He did it.
He did it.
Barely.
He did it.
He needed that no movement clause in his contract, probably. That's also a thing, by the way. The Sabres cap, like how they're getting closer to it. One reason why is Skinner's cap hit buyout wise jumps up $3 million, jumps up from $1.4 million to $4.4 million next year.
Next year's the one big year for it, right?
No, next year's $4.4 million. Then the year after it goes up to $6.4 million. Okay. So 26-27, he has a $6.4 million cap hit. They just had him at $1 million. And they didn't use the space, and now the space goes away, just on his part of it.
Yeah, right. That's the kind of thing where, if you were really cynical, you'd say, "Aren't they glad it's going up to 6?"
It's
if you're really
right. Right. It's like they had a rookie quarterback window in the NFL and decided not to use any of the available space.
Yeah, with all those young guys in contracts. Yeah. 803-0550. It's draft week. Thursday, we've got round 1 of the draft. We'll get the latest on who's going where, latest rumblings, rumors. Shedeur Sanders is something to chase here. The Browns and what they could do. And a really, you know what? I like Travis Hunter more every day. I like him more every day. I want the Bills to get Travis Hunter really bad, but it's, of course, not going to happen.
Trade their whole draft class in the next year's first?
Done. I would do it right now.
The Ricky Williams trade?
Right now. Done. Yup. The next thing, sorry, how do I say this? Rewind. The latest thing I learned about him, tell you when we get back, how he wants to be introduced is just, he's the man, and I'll be rooting for him wherever he goes.
Never A Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
It's NFL Draft Week, round 1 on Thursday, rounds 2 and 3 on Friday. We'll coverage throughout the week here on WGR. To the playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs last night. Toronto takes a 1-0 series lead in the Battle of Ontario. They beat the Ottawa Senators 6-2. Vegas doubles up Minnesota 4-2. Carolina over New Jersey 4-1. All of those were game ones. You do have one more game one tonight between Montreal and Washington, and then a couple of game twos. Winnipeg and St. Louis is tonight. Same with Colorado, Dallas, and then one other game one, LA and Edmonton. That's the late game at 10. In the NBA playoffs last night, Golden State Warriors take a 1-0 series lead over Houston. Cleveland, Boston, Oklahoma City all win their game ones as well. Justin Thomas wins the RBC Heritage week after the Masters. That is his first PGA Tour win in 3 years. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
There's a lot of teams that don't know what to do with me. They see me do it at the college level because nobody actually thought I would be able to do it at the college level. So everybody is amazed that I've done it for this long and not have done it at a high level. So a lot of teams don't really know what they're going to do with me. I think first day in the building, they're going to see how much I can handle and see what I can take in and see how I perform.
That's Travis Hunter. In Adam Schefter's piece at ESPN, he says that Hunter has made it clear to Roger Goodell he wants to be introduced as cornerback and wide receiver. Which is awesome.
That's awesome.
With the second pick in the NFL draft, the Cleveland Browns select Travis Hunter, cornerback and wide receiver, Colorado. Good for him.
Does he want corner and wide receiver or corner
wide receiver
slash
corner.
wide receiver? Or wide receiver slash corner?
Yes. What are you listing first? That's a big one. You put up a
wide corner. Does he want like a new term created for him?
Sure, yeah.
Weapon.
You put up a Twitter poll asking if Bills fans want to make the Ricky Williams trade for Travis Hunter. I said yes. Then I found out from you it involved next year's first and third.
Yeah.
To which my answer is, just between you and me, still yes. But no. Woo. I probably wouldn't do that.
Yeah, it wasn't. Ricky Williams famously was traded. The Saints traded their entire draft class for him, but and forgotten is that it was their whole draft class that year and the next year's first round pick and the next year's third round pick.
And ended up being the second overall pick the next year?
Yeah.
Okay, it's probably a bad trade.
So it ended up being a first, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh, a first, a third. Now, to be fair, maybe you don't have to include that many because that's 1, 2, 3, 4. They only had 6 picks. The Bills have 10.
Right.
So does 10 picks instead of 6 get away with not giving up your first? However, the other thing is New Orleans was only coming. They went from 12 to 5 to make that trade. 12 to 5. The Bills would be going from 30
to
2.
2. 12 to 5 cost a whole draft.
Mike Ditka, man.
For a running back.
What did those negotiations sound like? Like Ditka offers the whole draft class in the first, and Washington I think we're going to need you to throw in your third.
This is tempting.
We're going to need you to throw in your third next year.
To do a Ditka impression, or at least Chris Farley doing Ditka, but he probably had a cigar. Like, just get it done.
He did. But part of the reason I thought of this was there was a clip from over the weekend, maybe Awful Announcing had it, that it was the anniversary of that trade, and they go to the war room that the Saints have, and whatever reporter's in there, he's talking to Ditka. As Ditka, his draft is over. He's drafted Ricky Williams. Job's done for the day. And Ditka's lighting a celebratory cigar. And he's talking about, we just got our Walter Payton.
Yep.
I mean, it would be nuts. And it would be so opposite of what the Bills sound like usually. Because it would be reckless. But reckless would be getting you a historically good prospect in the NFL draft. So they're not going to do it.
No, of course not.
But if they did it, how bad would it go? What, they're going to be bad if they trade their whole draft? What about their player development, undrafted free agents, and guys that are coming up? And I thought they don't have that many holes.
Well, one thing
they're going to have to sign a defensive tackle, but
here's another way to look at it. listen, we know that the trading up is bad. People want to say trading up is bad all the time, and that there are logical flaws in the process. What if the Bills traded up from their 30 spot and used the Vikings pick that they have, which was from the Texans in the Diggs deal? By the way, it's ironic or coincidence that the Bills have a pick from the Vikings in the Diggs deal.
Another
to
one.
Houston.
Yeah.
And Bean says, I never plan on having that pick anyway. I'm going to combine that with 30, and this is something a fan would do, and it wouldn't be that far of a leap. If they trade to 18 and take insert player here, you like defensive end, you like receiver, you like defensive tackle, whatever you like. Because the value chart, the math is 30 and 56 get you to 18. You would say, so you're telling me I traded Diggs for that guy. And that's it. I used my first-round pick and Diggs on the 18th overall selection. If you like the tackle, you like the edge, you like the corner, because there's a tier break. I don't know that the Bills operate that way. I don't know that any NFL team operates that way.
Right.
The thing about the draft that I always like to remember is you never actually know how they operate because no one ever tells you. So they might in the room say, we'll just say we did it, kind of like traded Diggs for this and treat this pick as it's found money. It's not even real. I found $20 on the street. I can buy something I wasn't going to buy.
Right.
So just putting that out there as
it's how you frame it. Right. I have $10 in my pocket. I find $20. I buy something for $30. Like I basically bought it for 10.
Yes. And if
they wouldn't think of it. Well, right. We don't know, but they come off as though they would say, I don't care where I found it. I've got $30 now.
Right. And think of it, as soon as they made that trade, we thought, the Vikings pick could be high, and it wasn't. But that could be a nice piece. That could be a really nice pick. And who knows what you could do with that this time next year. Well, now here we are. We're at this time next year. You want to package it? In the right scenario, you might. Because you wouldn't be falling. Not only is it in a spot where, let's say you do trap the 50s, you do trade that pick. You're picking 6 picks later. What tier of player are you missing out on? You're basically saying, I need more Tier 1 players than Tier 2 players. And I've got a pick at 30, a pick at 56, and a pick at 62. And I think it'd be more valuable to pick at 18 and 62 than 30, 56, and 62.
See, this is going to come down to, though, how many first-round grades do they think they have?
Again, a thing no one ever finds out. You just claim to have
But that would be what would motivate them to make that trade.
Yes,
right?
Sure.
If they see 18 guys, we don't know who they are, but they have 18 guys that they think these are first-round grade guys, and the 20th pick comes up, and it's going to take that second. If one of those 18 guys is still available, they might make the trade. If one of them isn't, they're not making that trade probably, right? Because then they might be saying, well, we're trading up for another Tier 2 guy.
Yeah.
So we got to have one of our Tier 1 guys to be available. And, right, that's where it's tough because we don't know who those players actually are. Well, that's not fully true. If they trade up like that, that's one of those guys, right? If they trade up to 20, we know they're being truthful. Like, we don't know that about Keon Coleman.
No, that's right.
I don't know that they ever said it about Coleman anyway, but if they had said we had a first-round grade on Keon Coleman,
then they would not have traded down.
Right, and it's very easy to kind of dispute that by like, really? And if you just sit at your pick and draft a guy, we don't really know because you weren't really tested on it. You didn't prove it to us. You trade up 10 spots. I feel like that is them proving we did have a first-round grade in this guy.
Yeah, the thing about the first-round grade stuff is, again, every team likes to claim there's only 12, but yet when you add up every scout and every person, now I've got 45 first-round grades, they're just not consensus. There's going to be 10 players that 10 teams have a first-round grade on that 22 others don't have a first-round grade on. So that's the flaw in all the whole, like Sal mentioned earlier today, I hate when we do the whole, there's only 13 first-round grades. Sure, you have 13, I have 13, Owen has 13, Josh has 13. Think of it like MVP voting. How many first-round grades were given out? The answer is 26. Even though each of us only voted for an individual 13. Some got multiple votes, some got 2, some got 1. Mm-hmm. That's how you get, every team gets its, claims that they get a first-round graded player. Right. It's just not a, consensus.
That's also how you get trades probably too, right? Because one team might, well, if Josh didn't vote for player A as a first-round guy and I did, well, now I'm calling him and he's more likely to move with me because I think the guy's better than he does.
Right. And then, of course, there's this. On the board, maybe Bean will get asked this tomorrow. Do you grade quarterbacks? Do you give first-round grades to quarterbacks?
Interesting question.
Why waste your time? Why grade Cam Ward? You could, you never know. 7 years from now, come on. Why waste time?
No, he wouldn't even say that.
Why waste your time? Why bother on Shedeur Sanders? Are they spending time?
They might not.
So
do they have a scout or someone in their office dedicated to what? Like not like maybe more so they would have someone dedicated to where that player could go, right? Because that matters to if we want to move down or if someone wants to come up and get him.
And the reality is that might be the safest spot. If you're trying to get intel from another GM or another scout, you're Bean. You call up the Saints. So what do you think about your quarterbacks? Like who you like? If you're the Saints, you might not be afraid to tell Brandon Bean that. I know he's not going to come up and get a guy in front of me. He's just trying to get a good idea of where these guys might go.
But then you could turn around and sell that information to another team in Pittsburgh that needs a quarterback, and you can get a deal done with them.
803-0550. We're getting deep into smokescreen season.
Yeah, very.
You guys don't even know this. We're throwing smokescreens now. That's how hardcore this is. These aren't even my real opinions. These are opinions I want other radio hosts in other markets to think I have.
Yeah.
So, this is smokescreen.
I mean, the 49ers associate to the assistant general manager could be listening right now trying to pick up on tea leaves.
Yeah. 803-0550 is our phone number. You can join us, 1-888-550-2550. When we return, what a big free agent who jumped into the division is saying about the challenge of facing Josh Allen. That's next. Maybe we'll bring that Let's Get Stupid to the airways. Maybe not. Hey, listen all week for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the 5th annual Micah Hyde Charity Softball Game at Salem Field Sunday, May 4th. As your favorite offensive and defensive players play against each other to benefit the Imagine Youth Foundation. Tickets on sale at HydeCharitySoftball.com. And are we giving away tickets right now? Caller number 5 is 716-2214-WGR. You'll win tickets to the Micah Hyde Charity Softball Game, the 5th annual. Josh Allen will be there for that, right? He always is, because it's off-season programming. So I have a funny thing to mention about Allen when we get back. But first, I tease this. What big-name free agent is talking up Josh Allen? The answer is Milton Williams, defensive tackle of the Eagles, who went to New England, signed a big 4-year, $104 million contract, was talking with Chris Long on the Greenlight podcast and said he didn't play against Allen the last time the Bills played the Eagles. He didn't play. So he said, I haven't got to play him yet. Since I got here, just talking with Christian Barmore, Barmore said, yeah, Josh Allen's probably the hardest quarterback I've had to bring down. Big, fast. He kind of reminds me of Cam Newton. I compare him to Cam Newton, just being that big, being that mobile, having such a big arm, make any throw. It's going to be a challenge, but I'm up for it. I'm up for it for sure. So there's Milton Williams saying how Christian Barmore's been talking up like, oh, yeah, this dude's tough.
You got to look out for this guy.
Yeah, right. So they'll play twice a year. Allen, meanwhile, is in town. The Bills tweeted out a video of him walking into the facility, which maybe we don't give these guys enough credit for showing up, especially during phase 1.
Yeah.
Allen could be anywhere in the world, anywhere on earth,
and no one would criticize him.
Doing anything.
Yeah.
And instead, he is in town to do what? Throw footballs to receivers that are not allowed to be covered.
Yeah.
Only do strength and conditioning and physical rehab. No footballs are permitted. Only dead ball activities, except quarterbacks may elect to throw to receivers as long as they're not covered by any other player. Respect.
Yeah, it's a leadership
He
stuff.
could be playing Pebble Beach every day. He could be anywhere on earth.
He's playing enough golf.
The limit does not exist. He gets to town, he sees this rain, he's like, oh, man.
He might have been thinking, he might have looked at the weather and gone, high 50s and sunny throughout the week in Buffalo. Like, all right, I'll go to phase 1 because I can get a couple of rounds in while I'm there. And then he shows up and it's just pouring rain. Which it is, by the way, because on the video you see his hoodie. His hoodie is like drenched.
Right.
Because it started downpouring this morning.
He probably could play Augusta this week if he wanted to. Make a call.
I think if you make a call, you're less likely to get on Augusta. I think you have to be invited.
That might be right.
He's played it. It's probably Peyton Manning that got him on, because Peyton Manning's a member. So, he's good. He doesn't need to play Augusta.
Hey, Pate, we got phase 1 of workouts.
Pate?
Yeah, that's what Eli calls him, Pate.
Really?
So, yep. Yeah, Manning counts all the time.
I don't think I've ever picked up on that.
Calls him Pate.
Pate.
Oh, which, by the way, I think I have I've got something to enter into our exhibits on when the Sabres ultimately go to their Sabres jersey, how it will be spelled.
Wait, what do you mean? S-A-B-E-S.
So when we were down at the Paint the Ice event, the whole family's down there on Friday, and when you're walking through one of the tunnels, there are a lot of signs, murals, paintings, and one of them is, full arena, and there's someone with a sign that says "Go Sabres," but it's cut into 3 little chunks. One says "Go," one says S-A-B, and one says R-E-S. And I thought if you were standing there next to me, I'd say, how do you say that middle one? You'd say Sabe. Even though it's just S-A-B.
Sabe. Right.
Someone's holding up all 3 signs at once. Go Sabres. Even though it's just S-A-B. So when they inevitably go to jerseys that just say Sabes, the answer is S-A-B-S. Sabes. That's our answer. Final answer.
You got to have no E?
There's no E. No. Just S-A-B-S.
How have you spelled it? With an E. Right?
I don't even know. Doesn't matter.
I bet if I look through your Twitter, if you've ever tweeted, I'll find ones with S-A-B-E-S and not S-A-B-S.
I've been wrong about things before. S-A-B-S. Saves.
Looks, it could be pronounced as Sobs, though, then by someone that doesn't know any better.
That's another thing people do say, Sabres.
Sabres?
People say Sabres.
Saab is spelled S-A-A-B. It's a car company.
Well, we know about that one, yeah, but that's different. Never heard anyone say Sabres?
In the office.
Here? Just who?
There's a whole bit in The Office when they get bought out by a company called Sabre that they think it's called Sabre for a full episode, and then they realize that it's pronounced Sabre. There's a whole bit in it. Yeah. That's the only time I've ever heard it pronounced Sabre, though. Not in real life.
You want the drought to end, get some Sabres jerseys. It'll happen.
They could put... Let's get stupid. They could put, what could they put on the jerseys if it meant that the drought would end? They could put anything on there.
Bruins. That's a joke. Sorry. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Join us in the chat if you want. Jump on the phones if you want. It's draft week, and we're chatting about it. All the Bills options here and getting the latest from insiders, all the good stuff to track. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
the official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Draft week in the NFL, round 1 in Green Bay on Thursday, rounds 2 and 3 Friday. We'll have draft parties, the Jeremy and Joe draft party at Resurgence on Thursday. You can get tickets to that on our website. And then Friday at Wayland, that is not a ticketed event, for the second and the third round. All coverage throughout the week on WGR. We'll have starting Thursday night as well. We'll have the draft and everything live. To hockey, the Sabres talked on the weekend. Kevin Adams and Lindy Ruff doing their end-of-season press conferences on Saturday. And when asked about an Elliot Friedman report that said that there could be a shakeup in the front office and that Kevin Adams could have a new title or a different title than GM, Adams said that he had not yet met with Terry Pegula, so didn't have anything definitive on that. Stanley Cup playoffs last night. The Maple Leafs win over Ottawa. They take a 1-0 series lead. Also, Vegas doubles up Minnesota. They're up 1-0. Same with the Hurricanes over the Devils. Tonight, you have 2 more game ones. An early one, 7 o'clock for Washington and Montreal, 10 o'clock for Oilers and Kings. And you have 2 game twos sandwiched in the middle, St. Louis and Winnipeg, Colorado and Dallas. In the NBA playoffs, last night, the Golden State Warriors take a 1-0 lead over Houston. Cleveland does the same to Miami. Boston over Orlando. Oklahoma City over Memphis. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The Green Light Show with Chris Long. And the Patriots, reading a little bit at the ProFootballTalk.com. If there's one team I don't want to get Travis Hunter, it's the Patriots. Because I think he could be a transformative player for their offense and their defense. I mean, they picked 4th, and it's possible if it goes quarterback, Abdul Carter, quarterback.
Yeah. Well, luckily, it seems like Cleveland is leaning Hunter, and that neither the Giants or the Browns are going to pick a quarterback. That could change.
Yep.
I mean, the Giants feel like the one that would be more likely for that right now. Like, hey, the talk is more. There's a report from Connor Hughes, even the last couple minutes, that Dable loves Jackson Dart, like a trade-up idea from the second to the first round. A lot of the ideas, I think, are about them moving back in. But if someone says, you know what, we should just do it now, maybe the Giants would be that team. I don't think New England will get Hunter, though.
Hunter, there's a piece at The Athletic, Bruce Feldman, who covers college football. He has one offensive coordinator that says Hunter is a defensive back that wants to play receiver, not vice versa. He's a corner, but he wants to play receiver. That's one offensive coordinator. And then he talked to a passing game coordinator in the NFL that says he could be Justin Jefferson. Quote, oh my God, he could be Justin Jefferson, but he can really play corner. It's going to be an interesting case study because we've never seen this.
But he could be Justin Jefferson?
He could be Justin Jefferson. The comparisons on Hunter are incredible. It's Justin Jefferson and prime Odell Beckham and Ocho Cinco. Jed Johnson are the 3 I've seen. Like the kind of game he has at receiver. He could be one of those guys.
Yeah. I have also seen, though, on the flip side, I just saw this the other day. Well, who was it? Travis Hunter was compared to Champ Bailey if he still played corner. So what do you want? You want Justin Jefferson or you want Champ Bailey?
Or both.
Or try to get both. There's no outcome, though, where I'm not at least trying to get the Justin Jefferson part.
Right. I can't imagine.
If I want to chase the Champ Bailey part, then okay, fine, I'll play that out, see how it goes. I am not. If he can be Jefferson, I need to find that out.
How would a team do this? Could they really have sub packages for him? Hey, we've got our offense, then we've got our plays where Travis Hunter goes in, and he's lined up outside, and we're gonna. Yeah. There's not going to be a lot of tape on him. He's going to play 7 snaps a game, but when he's out there
on offense,
on offense. I want to make a very rough comparison here, but the Bills with Amari Cooper this year, he was not on the field that much. His yards per route run or yards per target was not bad, but they did not have him on the field all that much. For whatever reason,
right.
I mean, could you give him, Hunter, that kind of snap count on offense and have him play defense?
Yeah. Cooper went by game percentage of snaps 50, 46, 53, 45, 54, 31, 35, 34, 43.
35% of your offensive snaps.
Yeah.
In some of these games.
That was in the playoff games. 35 against Denver, 34 against Baltimore, 43 against Kansas City.
Not even playing. I mean,
he played. He is, but he's not. That's not a full-time starter.
No.
That's not a full-time starter. So isn't that probably likely for him? I mean, if you're having him do both, I can't believe he's playing 100% on both. Like, no way. But what would be satisfactory? You want him to be a receiver. You want him to, and not most receivers don't play 100% of the snaps. So you want him to be able to become a Justin Jefferson, and you want him to play defense as well. Is it possible to play him 100% on defense and 50% on offense? Is that enough, though, to whet the appetite for people that want to see him become an elite receiver? Can he do that playing 50%? He might, because that is, you're taking him off the field in like obvious run situations, right? You're taking him off the field maybe if, it's the end of the first half and you're probably going to run out the clock, so let's not put him out there for that. You take him off the field if, maybe you take him off earlier if you are up in a game. Like, hey, we're up by 20 right now, and we're not putting the backups in, but we're gonna limit your snaps a little bit here. Like, you have to treat him special.
Yeah.
And you have to do things differently. You have to have a coach that is willing to invest their time and energy into his workload and his playing time if you want him to do both. And I think a lot of that will happen on offense.
803-0550, our phone number. It's draft week. We've got a couple Twitter polls up. Get you the results. Which defensive position do you think is most important for the Bills to snag at number 30? Assuming the board has fallen perfectly. So you really do get your choice. Let's say all 4 of these, you have the same grade. What positional spot you want to grab? The options in the Twitter poll are defensive tackle, defensive end, corner, and safety. And leading the way is defensive tackle with 52%. Corner, 32%. Defensive end, 9.5. Safety, 6. Heavy defensive tackle, corner. Makes sense? That's why Adam Schefter saying the Bills could go linebacker in the first round. It's kind of nuts.
It's nuts.
Would linebacker get 2 votes if I put it up against any one of these? Be truly wild.
Probably not. There's not much. It's not a great defense for it.
No.
I don't think. It's just not, and part of that is it's not a rotational position. Like, part of what gets me to, I think they're going to pick an edge rusher, is not only their desire for that position, but it's you can have that guy produce and play for you even if you don't see him being a starter, because those guys come off the field. And same with receiver a little bit with the Hunter conversation just now. Okay, the guy's not going to start. Well, you can still get him 30 to 35% of the snaps so that he could grow and get playing time and develop as a player. Whereas linebacker, I don't know, unless someone gets hurt, I don't think he plays if you draft the guy.
Yeah.
Or if Milano would have to be terrible, right? They draft a guy at 30.
Not even just terrible, he'd have to be unavailable, which is the norm.
Well, that's a good question. If he came in, I don't think it's going to happen, by the way. He got better as the season went on last year. But there was a point in time where McDermott even opened the door to, he's
got to earn his job back.
Right. Like, we're going to give him the opportunities, but he opened the door to, if it didn't look good, they were going to put Williams back in. And they didn't have to, because Milano looked good the Jet game, right? He looked awesome against the Jets, and that kind of closed the door on that. But the door was open. McDermott opened it to, we might put Williams in if we have to. This year, I guess that would be the same thing. It would be, okay, we drafted this guy in the first round. All right, Matt, Milano, you got to play well because the door is open at any point. If you start to look like you're falling off or you're not fully healthy and you're banged up with injuries, we're putting the kid in. And he might never give it back if he gets in.
8030550. You asked me earlier today, what do I want?
Yeah, what's your favorite idea?
What do you want? Which, let me turn it back on you in a slightly different way. Because the chat on YouTube asked earlier today, who am I pounding the table for at receiver? And my answer is, I don't have anybody. I mean, I would pound the table for Travis Hunter. I just don't think it's even remotely likely.
Not even Luther Burden?
I don't want to pound the table for Burden. The guys I wanted to pound the table for were in the draft last year.
Yeah.
I wanted to pound the table for Neighbors, Odunze, or Brian Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
I liked Leggett, liked McConkey. Coleman's fine. He was not one of the top guys I had, but they took him, and that's good by me. There were other guys 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't have a table-pounding receiver idea. Burden, if there's any reason I would pound the table on Burden, it's only because, well, I shouldn't say only. There are things about him to like. And whether that's that he underperformed last year and that might be good, he's supposed to have been a top 10 prospect. He shows flashes of brilliance and potential greatness. You get a receiver at 30. What I would want the Bills to be careful of, this is what I'll say. I want to be a little careful of, well, they need this type of receiver. Just a speed guy, just a vertical guy. Because then that's all that you actually have in that player. Mm-hmm. I want a player that when the scouting report comes out, there's legitimate talk about if he were able to clean up 1-2 things, do this, there's a lot in there that shows he could be a great one. And I think Burden has some of that in his scouting profile. You have some people that believe it might come out of there. And a 4th round, 5th round burner to stretch the field, I don't think gives you that. I don't think Coleman gives you that, to be honest. And one of the reasons I thought other guys might have been a better idea than Coleman were potential to be a true number 1. I think Coleman's probably, locked into a number 2 for his career, and that's fine, or a power slot guy. So I don't really have a table pounder. A lot of the reports of this draft, how many guys you hear say have number 1 potential? I hear some say it about Burden. I hear some say it about Matthew Golden. Maybe more say it about Golden. Mm-hmm. So I would always be looking for a receiver that can do a lot rather than someone who's elite at one thing. So,
right.
And I don't know that they come out of this draft. For this team, at least. So
yeah.
I don't really have a table pounder.
And I don't have a specific guy either. Like you at edge rusher for me, James Pierce at Tennessee maybe is this. I think he led the country in sacks 2 years ago.
Yep.
There might be character stuff with him, though.
Well, you mentioned his name, James Pierce. So I saw Chris Trapasso, friend of the show. You hear him in the afternoon show every week.
Yeah.
He used the meme, the guy picking which button to push.
Yeah.
He said if it comes down to Luther Burden or James Pierce, that's what he would be. Which?
Yeah.
And to me, if you got a premier pass rusher or this receiver, and I've got Chris, who I think highly of, saying, what should we do?
Yeah.
Then... okay, you've convinced me. I think that Burden's a good idea in that spot.
Pierce, this is weird about him. I've seen 2 mock drafts this morning. This is the edge rusher out of Tennessee. He ran a sub 4.5, by the way, at the combine. Crazy, fast. Edge rusher, I guess that doesn't have to matter too much. But we can make the jokes about their edge rusher being faster than some of their receivers, I guess, if they were to pick him. I saw a mock draft this morning where he goes 16th. Off the board. And then another one that I just read from Jordan Reed in the break from ESPN. He did one this morning where he has James Pierce going 43rd in the 2nd round.
Yep.
And he writes, his draft stock is all over the place with the scouts I've talked to having Pierce going off the board anywhere from the late teens to the late 2nd round.
One thing about this draft, and you see that with him, I've seen that with Kenneth Grant, when there is not a clear hierarchy of the elite guys, what is the draft ultimately going to look like? There are going to be steals and reaches all over the place.
Yeah.
The actual draft board will come out. I don't know how you...
Pierce could be a guy where we're sitting there going in around two, how is this guy not off the board?
Right. I think you'll get a lot of that. I think after night 1, we will sit here and say, there are 10 guys that should have been picked because it is probably harder to figure out the hierarchy.
Yeah.
8030550. RJ in Hamburg is up. Hey, RJ.
Hey, guys. So this is how I'm going to give you my idea why we need to pick who we need to pick. So last year, who lost that KC game for us? Was it the defense or was it the offense not producing at the very end of the game?
Both.
Well, both.
It's not really that simple, but it's both.
Okay, so it's both. But I really think when we saw places where we lost, it's our offense couldn't finish a game. So do we? And again, we scored 30 points last year a game and did all this, but we didn't have that guy towards the end of a game that could win a game for us. And other than Josh Allen, and we need obviously somebody better than Josh Allen, with him, I mean, at least, to make him be able to score towards the end of a game and give him a talent that can do that. I understand defense, but we were scoring 30-plus points a game, but at times we lost because we couldn't finish a game on offense. Does that make sense to you guys?
No, yeah, I mean, yeah, I get it. It's
they at the end. They maybe I wonder what they would even tell you about their personnel at the very end of that game and how they feel about the final sequence really went. That they're throwing screen passes, and at the end, it's not just screen passes to like Shakir. It is Amari Cooper who's catching screen passes. And why isn't Coleman on the field? Why does he play a lower snap count in that game than he had in like 2 months? It could go to what they've talked about with him since the season ended, that they were kind of let down after the injury. To the point where most important drive of the game, we always focus on Cook not being on the field. How about Coleman not being on the field? Because he played a ton all year long. They threw him right in. They put him in that spot, and it went well at times. And then in your most important situation, he's not a factor.
You know his playoff stats?
Coleman?
Yeah.
I can't remember a catch. I'm sure he had one.
He had 3 catches in the playoffs for 22 yards.
In 3 games.
In 3 games.
Yeah. Non-factor.
Less than 8 yards a game.
Right.
That's tough. And he's supposed to be your explosive play guy to a point. Didn't they draft him for that drive? No?
I would have thought. So, like, when the caller brings up, like the offense and the defense and the offense at the end, like, that's where, I mean, their needs aren't that, there's not a volume of them on offense. They're not going to pick many. But there should be a need for another guy that is on the field in a spot like that, especially when the GM is saying, I would take that situation again. I'll take being down 5 to the Chiefs with the ball in the quarterback's hands. Well, the quarterback didn't do anything. He threw a screen pass. I could have Mitch Trubisky do that. Allen was asked to make one play on that final drive, really, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The final play. Hey, you got to pull something a rabbit out of your hat because, here comes the blitz, and we were not ready for this because they hadn't called this all year. You had to make a play there. He did as best he could, and the ball didn't get caught. Before that, 3 screens on the final drive of the game. I'll take the ball in 17's hands with the game ending. He didn't get asked to do anything. And how much of that is who they had available to them to play wide receiver? So there's a need for that guy. And that's why I would love to be sitting here pounding the drum for them to do it at 30, but I just don't have a guy I'm in love with.
It is one of the secret little side effects of the Bills' offense, which, again, was great.
Yeah.
It was a great offense during the year. But, right, as RJ mentions, like in the biggest moment, that's where I want to point out more than anything, Josh Allen's greatness on that drive was revealed on the 4th down play, where it's unbelievable, and Kincaid can't come up with the ball. But again, up until that play, their play calls, think about 13 seconds. What was the offense? Go be great. Right? Find open guys, run, scramble, the 2-point conversion to Diggs. Like, Allen was incredible. He was allowed to be incredible. And their offense in that final drive against Kansas City was ball out quick on a screen. You were really, I don't want to use that word. What are you doing? You're putting a leash on Josh Allen. And you've got this incredible, what did I say to you last week? Stop driving a Ferrari like it's a rental car.
Right,
you know?
Exactly.
Like, what? You're not gonna step on the gas here with this guy? So
now, to be fair to the Bills a little bit, am I right in remembering that there was talk that Allen checked into that screen to Cooper on the third down? Do you remember that?
that might be right.
So part of it could be him doing that there was a play called, or there was a couple of plays called, but still. At the end of the day,
but those checks exist because they don't have guys that could win down the field.
Right.
And the play to Kincaid, people point out that was probably a called play for Shakir on the orbit motion swing around. They go to that on fourth downs last year a bunch. Like they were so much behind the line of scrimmage in that game, and against teams that could really man up, they had to play their passing game behind the line of scrimmage a lot.
Right.
Which is why, the field stretcher idea. This is a big conversation that we got to out of, like, who are you banging the table for? I'm just not. I trust. There are people I trust out there. Joe Marino, who we'll talk to on Wednesday. Chris Trapasso. Matt Harmon on receivers. Like Jalen Royals' idea. Like, that might be a good idea. There might be some project guys out there, second, third, whatever. Kyle Williams, a guy that I've grown to like in Washington State. We'll see. I'm expecting a heavy defensive draft, of course.
By the way,
there's no doubt about that.
Just to clean up a couple of things from this conversation. So I'm watching the plays back from the final drive. Coleman did get a couple of snaps on the previous series from when the drive ended. And they ran a couple of pass plays. Allen scrambled for one of them for 13. He missed Shakir over the middle that was like errant, almost picked, and he missed Samuel over the middle. But then you had the screens after that. So I had forgotten they had that many plays on that final drive.
Yeah.
I guess I think of it as like they had that one set of downs.
Right.
And but they had gotten a first down.
Is the Shakir play, it looks like the two of them got crossed up where it was going? Like
yes.
Shakir cuts off the route and Allen's throwing deeper. Because what does Allen want to do? Allen wants to throw deep.
Yeah. Man, the screen, though.
Does anybody...
The screen to Cooper.
No one's going to have the answer to this. And I'm again, not placing blame. Has Allen ever, when the receiver and the quarterback miscommunicate, thrown it short?
Yes, to Kincaid.
Which one?
All of them. Remember all the misses to Kincaid?
No, I don't mean he just. I mean the quarterback and the receiver. They weren't on the same page there. Every time that happens, the ball is deep.
That's okay.
So
that's
if you're a receiver and you're thinking like, I wonder what he's going to do here, take the deep one.
Right.
No.
Right. Yeah, you're not saying like when he misses the throw. You're saying like when mentally they're on different pages.
What did you see there? Okay. Oh, what did I see? Oh, I saw keep running.
Yeah.
Anyway. He's in town, throwing the ball to receivers who are not allowed to be covered. It's phase one of off-season workouts. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring if you want. It's draft week. It's exciting. Give us a ring. How many screens on the final drive? Was it 2 or 3? How many? There's one to Shakir. There's one to Cooper.
I think it's just 2.
Okay, just 2 on the final drive. Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's some to Kincaid. They threw a bunch of screens in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, they did all season. And a lot of them worked.
Was it though? Well, let me watch the fourth down play really fast. Was the fourth down? The fourth down play wasn't going to be a screen, right?
That was going to be the orbit motion to Shakir. If you watch Shakir swing out of the backfield,
right? Which isn't technically a screen, but
it's a behind the line throw.
It kind of is. I'm watching it. I cannot believe he gets this ball to Kincaid.
Right. That's the play that Benjamin Solak said.
It's insane.
He probably was looking to go to Shakir here and bailed on it.
And then
couldn't get
former
around.
quarterbacks yelled at him because he's never played the position. And
that's right.
Didn't know how hard that was. For Allen to diagnose that.
And then some quarterback said he's right. This is the kind of thing. We all yell at each other. That's how it goes. I'm going to pull up his passing chart from that game to see where the ball traveled. Anyway, draft day. We're talking about the AFC Championship game. It's April 21st. That's how it goes. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Playoff basketball, the NBA playoffs rolling on, NHL playoffs as well. 4 NHL games tonight.
Yes. And then how many NBA games? I think we have a couple tonight, too.
Let's play a quick Easter game. Yesterday was Easter.
Yeah.
You think sporting event on Easter, you think what? Famous Easter moment. Go.
Game 6. Sabres Flyers.
Ville Leno. Good answer. What else?
I don't know if I have another one.
Wasn't there like a crazy basketball injury one time on
Kevin
Easter?
Ware.
Yeah. That was on Easter?
Yes.
See,
Easter moves around.
That makes sense for me because I remember where I was when I saw that, and I was at my aunt and uncle's house.
Families were together for that.
Yeah.
That's
right.
Louisville in the regional final.
Yeah.
Yep. Kevin Ware.
That's a better way of thinking of it. Thinking of sporting events where I was at a family dinner.
Right.
Did Easter line up with... Easter never lines up with the Masters, right? Never. Or does it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Because I thought there might have been a golf moment.
Although
there might have been a golf moment.
Masters on Easter Sunday? It must. Yeah. Last year. Last year was Easter Sunday. No, 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
I think I thought I remembered a Masters moment.
Yep.
But what's the Masters 2 years ago? That's Scheffler?
Yeah.
I don't think that's like late drama, though.
Masters Sunday was 2023, and it was also 2012. 2012 had Masters Easter Sunday.
Okay.
The 2012 Masters.
Bubba Watson?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm piecing it together.
Louis Oosthuizen in a playoff.
Okay? So I think I have this right. That I remember on Easter, Bubba Watson out of the woods at Augusta.
The picture I'm looking at right here, I Googled 2012 Masters, is Bubba Watson hitting it out of the trees.
Yes, I remember that shot. That shot was crazy. And he put it like to 5 feet maybe from there or something like that.
So you get some playoffs. Is Leno, he's not the only one.
For the Sabres?
Yeah, there's other Easter memories. I've got Syracuse beating Virginia on Easter Sunday with Kevin Harlan saying Syracuse back from the dead on Easter Sunday. That happened. Yep.
Okay.
Because they were down like 15 and they rally and they beat Virginia to go to the Final Four.
Yep.
It is like you said, the sporting events you see with your family. The last Sabres playoff game was on Easter. Home playoff game was on Easter.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I remember being upset at the idea that I was going to miss the beginning of the game because of brunch. Because it was an afternoon game, but I think it just timed out where I didn't miss any of it.
I elected to not go to the game.
Because of Easter?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
And looking back, what a mistake.
Wow, you didn't
I didn't know. It's going to be 14 years later.
It's going to be 14 years until they have another home playoff game.
When's my next playoff game I'm going to attend?
It's like a curse.
That's how long ago that was.
Yeah. That's the last one.
Leno.
I don't think 06 or 07 we had Easter games because Easter was on the 8th in 07, and that's not going to be playoffs, and the 16th in 06, and the playoffs didn't start till the 22nd. So we might not have many Sabre ones. The NFL draft ever fall on Easter?
No.
No?
It's too early. Easter's too early.
Okay.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 if you'd like to chime in on anything. So, unintentionally funny, I found this on the Steelers. You know, if there's one team I'm always going to enjoy having a good time with, it's the Steelers. So, Jerry Dulac writes at the Post-Gazette about the Steelers. They have no second-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
They have a first-round pick. No second. So, the article is basically that they really got to nail this first-round pick. And a number of things in this article are funny. First off, did you know, maybe we mentioned it as it went along, the Steelers, you're allowed 30 visits with draft prospects.
Mm-hmm.
The Steelers brought in 9 running backs.
Woo.
Can you imagine a franchise that brings in 9 of your 30 visits of running backs?
In the first round.
So they traded.
And they don't have a second-round pick, by the way.
That's
so
right.
Like, if they, imagine... Before, like round 2 ends, the Steelers have made 1 pick by then, and it's a running back, and they don't have a quarterback on the roster except for Mason Rudolph.
So here's the kicker that if this is true, Jerry Dulac has covered the Steelers since 1993. He writes, the Steelers have a first-round grade on Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart, and he was one of their top 30 visits. They really like, he writes, the uber athletic Shedeur Sanders, which I've never heard anybody describe him as uber athletic. He is not uber athletic.
He's not.
Who also came in for a visit. The other quarterbacks they like, blah, blah, blah. But he writes, the Steelers are not anticipating taking a quarterback in the first round. For that to happen, their other targets on the defensive line and running back would have to be off the board. So to wrap that up, he writes, with what appears to be insider knowledge, that the Pittsburgh Steelers would have a first-round grade on a quarterback, but not take him if they have a higher-graded running back.
It's nuts.
Can you imagine this organization? This is a real team.
And they all somehow win 9 games
Their
every
coach
year.
wins all the time. Can you imagine they don't take Jackson Dart because they take one of the 9 running backs they had for a visit
with them liking Jackson Dart.
With Mason Rudolph being QB1 right now.
Yeah. And then no opportunity to pick one in round 2 because you don't have a second-round pick.
I've said it before, I'll say it again.
Crazy.
For my personal enjoyment in the sports universe, the Steelers can never not be like this. I need them to be like this forever. Please never take the Steelers away from us. I need them to take a running back in the first round.
I also need them to be bad one of these years, don't we? Don't we need them to be bad? Just to enjoy that? Because they really don't get punished. I mean, they do in their own special way. Because even the Steeler fans, I think, are put up with it. That they're in this unique torment of they get in every year and everybody knows, including their own fans, they've got no chance of going on a run. Nothing. They get there just for the participation trophy of we made the playoffs and haven't won a playoff game in 9 years now. So they do that, and that's probably not a great feeling as a fan either. But the way that team operates, they deserve a 5-win season. And they haven't had one yet.
Yep. 8030550. For that to happen, the defensive linemen and running backs would have to be off the board. We have a first-round grade on this quarterback, and we're up at 21.
But guys,
what should we do?
Have you seen these old Marion Hampton highlights over here? Could you imagine how we could establish the run with that? Mason's fine.
Mason handing off to Hampton. That's a dream.
Man.
Extendo Sports coming up. And we'll pass things off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Give us a ring any point. It's draft week. We're having a good time. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Breaking sports news airs first here. Guaranteed. WGR Sports Radio 550. 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
Man. All right, some 5 minutes of Premier League talk. So, Joe's Liverpool team is one win away from clinching the title, or an Arsenal loss away from it.
Yeah.
And Arsenal plays Wednesday?
Arsenal plays Wednesday. Liverpool's next game is Sunday.
So, spin zone here. I'm an Arsenal fan. Joe's a Liverpool fan. If Arsenal loses, Liverpool wins the league.
And we all know they're going to win the league. So
yes, there's really no doubt they're going to win the league.
Yeah.
So if Arsenal just loses, Liverpool fans and the team don't get to have a party, really. They still have a party, but
it's like, right.
It's like a Zoom call party.
Right, it's very different. Like,
not as fun.
Everyone watching on their own, or like in their bars, or like the team's all getting together at one of their players' houses,
right. As opposed to being at home for a game, win it, hooray!
Right.
Well, let me tell you, I hope Arsenal loses because anyway, we got bigger fish to fry, baby.
And then double what I just learned. I didn't know this was customary in the Premier League, but because you have champions that are crowned before the season is over, right? Because you clinch it, there's no playoffs. So it's customary, I guess, in the Premier League that after a team has clinched the championship, after they've won the title, the first team to play them next usually provides a guard of honor as they walk out, which essentially is just the players that they're about to play line up, and as like Liverpool, if they win the title, walk out the tunnel, the team they're about to play
claps for them
as they walk through that tunnel. And the next team Liverpool plays after Sunday is Arsenal. So the team that comes in second would have to stand there in a tunnel or like on a line as Liverpool walks by them, and they have to applaud them as the champions. It'd be like if the Bills hosted the Chiefs.
Right, and had to clap for them.
And Josh Allen and all the Bills players had to line up outside the tunnel as the Chiefs walk through that tunnel, and the Bills have to applaud for them.
Pretty rough. My question about Liverpool is when they do win the title, will they take all the rabbit's feet off from around their necks?
Listen to this. I mean,
will they be turning those in?
So disrespectful.
What is it that they'll... I mean, do they have to give those back?
It's been bad Arsenal luck is not good luck for... Not the same as...
It isn't?
Liverpool's not getting lucky in these games. They are dominant.
If I'm playing you in golf... And when my putt's rolling towards the cup and a seagull snatches it out of the ground, you're like, that's not good luck for me. That's just bad luck for you.
But you're acting as though like I'm having a terrible round and I'm winning because of your bad luck. I'm 10 under par.
Congratulations.
In this hypothetical.
That's right. I'd be 11 under par. Maybe not.
So
11.
bitter.
Maybe not. It's okay. We both get to win. I'm really excited.
Well, maybe.
Arsenal's going to go ahead and win the Champions League.
You've got work to do.
That's right. There, but it's going to be pretty intense. What else? Okay, draft day, Thursday. Join us for the Resurgence party. We're going to be out there at Resurgence on Thursday night. All you can drink, beer, well drinks, and pizza. We will be there. You guys coming? Josh, you're coming? Yeah. Owen, are you coming? Yeah, good. Good. Thursday night.
Friends and family that are ready to go. They're excited.
Local vendors, including Paula's Donuts, giveaways all night, an all-inclusive fantasy football party for 12.
Yeah.
They've got a putting game at Resurgence. We were there for an encore party a little bit ago and had the putting game. I think that's going to be there, part of the draft night party.
Ooh, okay.
The official golf polo of the wide receiver train will be at the party.
Nice.
You can snag one of those.
I'll get to show off my new reverse grip.
Your reverse grip. Oh, you changed your putter?
I did. I practiced a lot this winter.
I did that too. I think it's nice.
You did?
I like it.
I agree. I think it feels more stable.
Left hand forward?
Yep.
All right.
Good for JT, by the way, winning on the PGA yesterday. Were you watching?
I was watching.
I put it on like hole 16, and he
hadn't won in forever.
Yeah,
I mean
3 years.
He has set 2 course records this year, and I saw his entire list of course records. He has a bunch.
Justin Thomas?
Yeah, because he's a guy that's prone to go kind of low. So 16 tour wins now for him in multiple majors. Yeah, sure, good for him. Did you see him trying to hit the ball out of the water?
No.
Okay. It's pretty funny.
I did not.
So his ball went into a water hazard, and half of it's showing, and they picked up a sign to move it, the sign said, beware of gators.
Oh, look at this.
And he tries to hit the ball out of the mud, and he does. And it goes 5 feet to where he would have dropped it anyway. And beautiful line from him. He said, feels like that really wasn't worth it.
Because he's standing there with mud all over him.
He could have just dropped it exactly where he hit it to.
Yeah.
It feels like that wasn't worth it. So anyway, but yeah, they pulled a giant post out of the ground. One thing you can count on me is never doing in my entire life is if I'm golfing and there's a ball in water and the sign says watch out for gators, I'm like lifting the sign out so I can hit this ball out of the water.
What if you're playing for your all-time best score, though?
I'm taking a drop.
What if you're playing for the course record?
I'm taking a drop. The ball's in the water. Who has ever successfully hit a ball out of water?
I'm sure it's happened. Eric Wood has experience in this, doesn't he? Doesn't he often? I've seen a couple times he takes his shoes
socks off. Eric got a hole-in-one this weekend, by the way. Congratulations to Eric Wood.
His second.
Yeah.
This guy.
Share the wealth, man.
Yeah, come on.
Although I would actually have to play golf outside in order to have holes in one. That's coming. That's coming. We're on our way. All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. We're back tomorrow here on WGR.